Hello, and welcome to my stream today, where we are going to be diving into the second part of the Aphelion event in Girls Frontline 2. Also, I hope you enjoyed that song because I fucking love it. For the people that play GFL, this song is, depending on how much you pay attention, very important because it's a new song, but it's a mix of like 4 or 5 old songs together at the start, and just kind of strewn and all along it. And all of them are quite important for the story. But how is everyone doing? Hope you're all doing well. As I am still quickly throwing my links into one more place. Or my link, rather. All right. There we go. Hi. I immediately need to check, and yeah, I need to fix something. I forgot to start the software that allows that to be automatic. Good thing is I realized, so I could immediately hit the button myself. Thank you for the headpats. Let me just start it, and then try whether it works, because yesterday it didn't. Yesterday it did not work again. Because Twitch is great. It's grand, it's glorious, and all of its API works flawlessly. Let me test. Easiest way to test for myself is to quickly do this, because I can just... Okay, it works. Sick! I have to put that back down because it's going to be in the way. I'm going to banish myself into that corner. Hey, look, I got more reward. Oh, wait. Someone's trying to join the platoon. You know what? Sure. Here, go in. More fresh meat for the platoon. For we need more people to do Gunsmoke. This needs to be done. I'm currently second one on platoon. I also still need to do that again today. Anyway, let us jump into the Aphelion event immediately. Because I have been waiting to do this story. I have managed to stay entirely unspoiled. And in spite of the fact that it's only been 10 days. That's quite a lot for a GFL, for a gacha story. You can get spoiled pretty fucking hard. We have a long path ahead of us, seemingly. So let's start with Resonant Response. The maps will probably still be very easy, but I care most about the story. After a night of rest and preparation, hide 4-4 in the survey course, set off from the camp and head deeper into the contamination zone. The two parties travel across the rugged terrain of the wilderness in separate vehicles. With their motorbike secured to an external trailer, Klukai drives the other 3 teammates in a jeep. This is Hide 4-4, making a routine check-in. Come in if you copy. Pressing the comms button near the dashboard, Klukai connects to the encrypted comms channel. The voice of the communications officer speaks matter-of-factly through the speakers. Why do you have to say the full name every time? This is the 3762nd platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District of Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. Received. Go ahead. According to the environmental data, we will be the first to reach the target settlement. Once we're there, we will follow the survey plan agreed upon this morning and start exploring the surrounding area with the settlement as a center. Due to the current environmental factors, our travel speed is expected to be reduced by 20%. Copy that. First Sergeant Dimitri also said, on the other end of the channel, the communications officer paused for a moment, as if pondering something. First Sergeant Dimitri specifically instructed you that you must keep at least one member connected to the regional comms channel to respond immediately to the emergency commands. Roger. Local. When the exchange is over, Kluka disconnects from the encrypted channel and gestures for Andros to take over. Yes, I shall bring something, Kelly. Okay. Also, hi, Kay. How are you doing? I bet Dmitri was running his potty mouth again. What did they even say? Even the comms officer had to take 2 seconds to translate into more diplomatic language. Most probably his usual gripes. But us being rickety tin cans and a freaking waste of time. People. If he knows I'm a rickety tin can, then why is he being such a slave driver? Mechty yawns and sprawls out across the back seat, laying a head on Andor's lap. Andor pulls a blanket over her in a thoughtful and tender gesture. Mechty curls up comfortably and buries her head inside the blanket. First Sergeant Dimitri is a little foul-mouthed, but I don't think he's a bad person. I cannot get over the fact that they managed to get the same voice actor as for Emilia in Re:Zero to speak Andor's. It baffles my mind every time, especially since I was recently watching Re:Zero. I even saw him giving some children uppies at the settlement this morning. That doesn't change the fact that he's scolding Dix's Klukai. And you think too kindly of people, Andorus. You think so? Oh, Nina Klukai, connection established. We have comms. Plug it into the speakers of the Jeep. Remember to turn off the microphone on our ends. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay then. Anyway, moving on. The moment the channel is plugged in, loud singing and some strange regional accents start blaring from the speakers. Mechty, already wrapped inside a blanket, jolts awake and pokes her head out like a groundhog. Turn the volume down. I have to say which is nicer. This is all the house of the Elids. Are they getting the lyrics all mixed up? Although some of them clearly don't even know the song and they're just humming along tunelessly. Well, I just ran a search on the main melody, and this appears to be a song that was very popular among the Neo-Soviet troops during World War III. The lyrics are basically a call to arms that encourages soldiers to rise against the enemy and defend the country and people. However, after the Neo-Soviet Union announced its entry into the URNC, as more soldiers from other countries were integrated into the military forces, most mainstream military songs were replaced with ones in a more common language and had more well-known tunes. And this particular song is rarely ever sung nowadays. Is this meant to be your local database? Since we're operating with the Neo-Soviet territory this time, I thought I'd do some research on the area. I have the storage space for it. It's not supposed to be a stirring song, but they make it sound so comical. It's so grating on the air, I actually want to disable my auditory module. Wouldn't that be nice to just turn off your ears sometimes? Equally perturbed, Kluka turns on the microphone with a scowl. This is High 4-4. Cease your noisy antics immediately and stay vigilant. This is yet the yellow zone. There can be danger at any moment. The boisterous soldiers quiet down for a moment, but they soon return to their raucous ways. Hey, this is a military song. How could you call it noise? I'm not a puppy, alluded to. These songs motivate and unite us. Don't you feel anything at all when you listen to the music? No. Glad we agree. Also, if your chorus lacks unity in tone, rhythm, and lyrics, I don't see how this promotes any sense of unity. Jeez, we're not professional vocalists. What does a rickety bucket of bolts know? Dimitri's cursing interrupts Larian's reply. We sing whatever the hell we want. How is that any of your business? Just so you know, we're not machines, so don't go judging us by your stupid mechanical standards. Singing is all about the feelings. What's the point in keeping in tune if you like you electronic speakers? You. Leader Klukai. And that is mutters softly to stop Kluka from losing her temper. You're right. You can sing whatever you want, but please turn off your microphone and keep the channel quiet in case any important transmissions get lost. I will naturally tell them to pipe down when an order comes through. You have no business telling us what to do. Then we will exit the current channel and come in again when the need arises. I just had someone relay my instructions, didn't I? One of you must remain online at all times. That's an order. Do I need to repeat myself? He's essentially just deliberately fucking with them. Fine. Asshat. Dimitri does not bother to hide his smugness as he laughs. Don't just sit there. Where are we? Keep singing! Stop acting like you're being starved or I'll make you get off the jeep and walk the whole way! The tune of singing resumes. Look at the speakers on board in annoyance. Belka, put on your headsets. You're in charge of monitoring the call channel. Huh? No! I want to chat with you. First of all, we're currently on a mission, so I have no time for idle chit-chat. Secondly, Andros has to gather real-time intel. As for Mechti. If we leave this to her, we won't even know if these soldiers are all dead. Yeah, better not leave it to me. In fact, don't bother wake me up ever. Hold on. So you're basically saying that Belka is more useful, more important than Mechti, right? You can understand it that way. Idiot. I will complete this mission, I promise. Sitting up Rimrod straight in the passenger seat, Belka puts on the headset somberly as if she's monitoring information of critical importance. Having regained her peace and quiet, Mechti retreats back into the comfort of her blankets. Kluka floors the gas in exasperation. Andres, keep an eye on the situation and report anything immediately. Understood. Judging from the video feed from the drone, it should be safe for now. Still, Leader Klukai. Andres is still wearing a calm smile, but she lets out a soft sigh. Mornings in the Yellow Zone are much more desolate than so much more desolate than in the Green Zone. Klukai makes no answer. The jeep continues to speed across the deserted wilderness. Just some eelets. And I thought I'd be able to have a good nap this time. These eelets are being too much. Do they not need to sleep? Better wake up. It's time for battle. Fine, I get it. Funniest thing is that because of reasons I barely need to do anything. Oh no, I can deploy more support units. Whatever will I do? Nope. Which inspired me to buy 2 packs of energy drinks. Well, not that much, speaking of which. I just spilled a little on my fucking shirt. Wait. Wasn't that thrilling? After fighting off the elite encountered on the way, 4-4 presses on with the journey. Leader Klukai, we will arrive at the target settlement in approximately 2 hours. According to our current intel, there are about 60 residents at the settlements, though this figure was recorded 2 years ago. The environment here... Andros peers outside the window and tries to ignore the conclusion her neurocloud has come to. It's very impressive that they have managed to keep living under such harsh conditions. Yeah, we should be prepared. The environmental data here is very much not up to date, so we could run into unexpected circumstances at any time, and wake up that invalid back there. Sure. Despite what she just said, Andros does not wake Mehdi up and simply lets her turn to the other side and continue sleeping. Belka, any news from the Survey Corps? Leaning against the window and focused on the comms channel, Belka has clearly not heard Klukai's question. As the jeep rocks back and forth as it travels across the bumpy terrain, Belka's lips move softly as she hums intermittently, her bright green hair bouncing in the time with the rhythm. Belka! Huh? Belka, what do you need, Big Sis Klukai? What do I need? I told you to stay on the line with the server call. What the hell are you doing? Should have sent you to perform at the non-military force demonstration's concert. Noticing Klukai's displeasure, Belka sticks out her tongue apologetically. Because they keep singing the song. I've listening to it for so long, it's kind of an earworm. Stay focused on the job. Don't make me tell you again. Okay, Big Sis. Sure thing. And Mehdi sleeps again. Continue. With a loud rumble, the makeshift fortress temporarily converted from an old building shakes violently. The exposed and bent steel structure lets out a screech. The smoke and dust cause the soldiers lying on the ground to cough uncontrollably. The young soldier firing wildly through the hole in the wall quickly falls back and wipes the soot off his face, revealing his features. Young Dimitri gasps frantically for breath. Hey, pull yourself together. Our reinforcements will be here in a bit. Look into the past? Dima, we're almost out of ammo. One more push from the enemy will probably... Before the soldier can finish, more gunshots and explosions resound beyond the fortress. They immediately drop to the ground. Don't give me any of that. Remember what our squad leader said? Pessimism is the worst thing on the battlefield because it only serves to make us die faster. But the squad leader himself is already... The soldier glances at the corner and... at a corner obscured in shadow. A burly man is slumped there, with the dark crimson fluid dripping from his pierced forehead. The fluid has started to congeal, but half his body is already soaked. His eyes are half open, but utterly devoid of life. He died in the assault when dawn was near, probably trying to determine if there was a reinforcement in the distance through his binoculars. Just as the sky tinted white, the one who was searching for hope fell before the door leading to a brand new day. Dima, I miss my mother. She was always trying to talk me out of enlisting. It's the first time I got sent to the battlefield and I thought I would go home and triumph. But just before I set off, she told me our car got stolen a few days ago. It was the very last car we had. Perhaps due to fear, the young soldier's speech becomes increasingly incoherent, and his gun in hand is shaking violently. The weapon that is supposed to bring courage is now nothing more than a lifeless piece of scrap metal. Dimitri looks at him restlessly, then turns his attention to the other surviving soldiers, but most of them simply stare back at him with despair in their eyes. The incessant gunfire from beyond the fortress is generating thick, choking smoke. They've been defending this position for a week, but there is no sign of any reinforcements. The soldiers no longer harbor any hope of survival. Then you should ask her to buy a new cow with your bonus. Nikolai. Not faring much better than the others, this soldier named Nikolai seizes an opening from the enemy's fire and dives behind a heavy machine gun mounted by the wall. He promptly pulls out an ammo belt from a nearby box. You hear the gunshots out there? After securing a few loose bullets on the belt, he feeds it into the machine gun and confirms that the weapon is in order. Nobody answers him. Explosions are up continuously in the distance. Bomber planes whisk past them overhead, and the air raid siren is deafeningly loud. The intensity of the dense gunfire pales in comparison to the cacophony all around. That's the sound of our comrades, of the Neo-Soviet Union marching onward. The Neo-Soviet Union will not falter here, nor will I. Our motherland lies behind us. As long as she stands, I will not yield. Nikolai speaks softly, but the resoluteness in his voice pierces through the miasma of hopelessness in the fortress. During the reload break, Nikolai slings the rifle onto his shoulder and tosses it over to Dmitri. What's this? I've got a gun. This rifle is from my old man. It has much better specs than your standard issue guns. Use it. Good man. Your father must have been quite something to be able to get his hands on this beaut. Yeah. We've got no time to talk. The next wave of the attacks is about to begin. Dmitri weighs the rifle in his hands. He then shakes off the nerves of himself and turns to his other comrades. Listen up, you lot. The squad leader said that reinforcements are on the way. If we make it through, the future will be ours. So hold on tight to your guns. We can stand our ground as long as we don't let them storm in here. Under Dmitri and Nikolai's leadership, the young soldiers once again muster their resolve and start preparing for another round of defense and counterattack. That's more like it. Our dog tags are to be proudly displayed upon us next to our medals, not buried in some pitiful mass grave. The impassioned cries in his memory blend into the alarm sounding in the present. Dmitri hurriedly stuffs the dog tag back into his pockets. Fell Sergeant Dmitri, Edith well spotted. Both boys engage them. Here they come again. There's no end to these bastards. Give them long-range support. Don't let the Edith get close to the main force. Yes, sir. Unfortunately for them, we don't need it. It's nice to have, though. Starting assist mode. Hang over there. Something feels off about them. Received. Now establishing new combat zone. That's, great. I can already tell how I'm gonna be able to do this mission. Blue guy over to the right. We start. Yeah, we don't need support. Gone straight through the lines. With your motorcycle. Need to quickly check something. I think, yeah, this is way too loud right now. There we go. That should be better. No, it doesn't really make a difference, but do it anyway. No. And action. And then we kill this guy with you. Done. No, come on. SL-1001. Hyde 4 arrives at the target settlement. The old and dilapidated walls are eroded from years of exposure to wind and sand, and the smell of decay permeates this modestly sized settlement. Maybe they simply moved away? I just double-checked with Cervical. They will investigate the settlement itself while we're in charge of looking at the surrounding area within a radius of 500 meters. For efficiency's sake, let's split into two groups and fan out in opposite directions. I will pair up with... me, of course. Without waiting for Kluka to finish, Belka quickly slithers over to her side. Fine. But don't do this again. You must obey my orders. Alright, big sis Lukai. Since I'm within Andres, I can... No, slacking off. Andres, make sure she stays on the job, or you can join her in extra drills when you get back. Sure thing. Belka and I are heading east. You two head west. Get in touch if there's any problems. Now let's go. Kluka and Belka begin their search near the settlement. Big sis Kluka, I found something. Come and have a look. Kluka frowns as she peers over at Belka, who's bouncing up and down and waving at her, but she still circles around the boulder and heads toward her. We're on a mission here. Stop behaving like a rabbit on Easter egg hunt. Found an important clue and I couldn't wait to show you. It better be important. If you show me another backpack half chewed by Elitz, body pillow of some virtual idol, or that landmine buried by some bounty hunter, you know what kind of punishment awaits you. It really isn't any of that. Just take a look. There's some really suspicious looking... what should I call them? Installation art? Belka leads Kluka over where several strange rock parts lie exposed on the ground. The dark rocks are scattered all over, their unnatural edges and jutting corners giving them an ominous air. The main structure shows sign of external damage. This isn't what they originally looked like. Is this going to be another Paradise hideout? Wouldn't that be funny? You're right, but found even more important clues. Right here. Belka walks through the scattered rocks and stops by another pile. Look, Big Sis Klukai. These ones are half buried in the ground, like some kind of foundation. Indeed. This type of rock is quite common in the yellow zones, but due to its hardness and brittleness, it's rarely ever used as building materials. Since they are appearing in such high density here, these rocks were possibly gathered here deliberately. Could it be Paradeus? Or did the residents here find some special use for these rocks and then left them behind? Hard to say at the moment. In any case, I take some photos and send them over to Lila. Ask her to look into them. Here's the question, where a flat desk and doggy? What? What? Do you mean 9 and 45? Oh. I don't know why I called 9 a dog, but, you know. Okay. So, Big Sis Klukai. Seeing Belka's please shower me with praise face, Klukai sighs in defeat. Your discovery was not entirely useless this time. That reminds me of something that I saw recently. Did you watch Healing Chapter? I did not. I have to admit I did not. I don't know why that reminds me of this, but apparently Germany is one of the very few countries where saying something is quote-unquote not bad is a compliment. Is it true that in other countries that's, if you say that, that's taken as, you know, almost an insult? Because over here, if you say something's quote-unquote not bad, that's a genuine compliment. Yeah, it is. Well then. Now wipe that dumb grin off your face. Get on with the search if you're done sending the photos. I understood. Give me a minute. No, I'll have it done in 30 seconds. Kluka and Belka continue with the investigation along their planned route, but they find nothing else noteworthy. Thanks, Klukai. There doesn't seem to be much else here. Why don't we head back? Oh, the survey car just sent the news. They've arrived at the settlement and started the survey there. Send in response. Tell them 4 is about to wrap up on 9. We'll rendezvous with them at the settlement and decide our next steps. Roger. Huh? Because look at the white smudge on the rock over there. It seems to be... iffy? Has the search already taken them there? That Damas can sleep anywhere. Belka grins widely as she watches Klukai march angrily ahead. Oh boy, Mehdi, you pissed Big Sis Klukai off big this time. Big time. Not even Andros can save you now. I just have to win big sisters hard with my outstanding performance. As Kluka approaches the large rock, she realizes that Mehdi isn't actually dozing on it as she initially thought. In fact, Mehdi is perched on top of it to study a jeep covered in sand that's behind the rock. Andros is also peering inside the vehicle through the window. Can't really see anything from above either, Andros. Then we'll have to contact Leader Kluka. We better get back down first, Mehdi. What are you doing? Startled by Kluka's voice, Mehdi, who's climbing off the rock, loses her footing and slides right off, landing on her backside. Holy crap. Don't just pop out of nowhere behind me! Jump scares are the most cliched of cliches. Even horror games these days don't resort to such cheap tricks. Cut the crap. What are you two doing hovering around this jeep? Leader Kluka, we've discovered an abandoned vehicle here. Judging from the amount of accumulated sand, it's been here for at least half a month. Also, we found this on the vehicle. Kluka circles over to Andros' side and spots a familiar logo on the wiped-down front door. The jeep is covered in bullet holes and scratches. Isn't that the logo of the URNC Purification Project survey call? Yes. We tried to open the doors, but they're jammed, probably because of the impact the vehicle has sustained. Considering the fact that this may be relevant to the first Sergeant Dimitri's mission, we decided against breaking the doors by force and tried to look inside through the windows. But the windows are covered in one-way film, so we can't tell what's in there. Right. That's fine. Belka, don't just stand there. Contact the server core and get them to send someone over. Huh? Oh, okay. Disappointed by the way things have turned out, Belka contacts the server core and informs them of full force discovery. Big Sis, I've sent them the coordinates. They said they'll be here shortly. Good. Mehdi, force the door open. Andros will record the whole process just so everything is clear. Huh? Making me do hard physical work again? Despite the complaints, Mehdi still walks up to the vehicle door and takes aim at the lock. We left the crowbar back in our jeep. Can I just shoot this? Sure. The rest of you stand back. Don't get hurt. Here I go, okay? With a burst of gunfire, the lock is penetrated by the bullets. Just quickly do something. Because I'm noticing a minor problem. Not a big deal, but because of the way that I'm looking down at the text here, it makes my eyes closed the entire time on stream, which looks bad. Done. The rest is all up to you then. Wake me up when it's time to leave. Kluka pulls the door open and something dark immediately tumbles out. It's the corpse of a man. The hands are clutching a gun tightly. His army uniform is covered in a large patch of dark brown, especially around the abdominal area. Hello, Erisu. How are you doing? That's the uniform of the survey corps. Oh, there are two others in the jeep. Judging by the crystallization of their wounds, the time of death must have been more than 2 weeks ago. Andros tries her best to steal a neural cloud as she takes a pockmarked vehicle in the stains in the interior. She's never seen such a grisly sight in the green zone. The bloodstains suggest that they died from severe blood loss after being injured and taking refuge here. He's still gripping his weapon, so they were on the lookout until the very end. Also, the vehicle's age. Andros scrambles to gather all the information available, but she cannot stop her voice from wavering. Andros, go wake Mehdi. Understood. Sorry, and thank you, Leader Kluka. Belka watches Andros with some concern. Is Andros okay? She's gonna crash again. That's alright. She was a civilian doll. It'll take some time for her to get used to the world we inhabit. Yeah, the green zone and the yellow zones are so different. Sometimes they do feel like two entirely separate worlds. I mean, it's probably very unlikely that she ran into someone that has very much died in the green zone. All human habitats used to live in places like the green and white zones, right? Taking in Belka's unease, Kluka ponders for a moment, then simply gives her a piece of advice. Don't let Andros' sentimentality get to you. The past has nothing to do with us. The human's current predicament also has nothing to do with us. I understand. Makes us Kluka. Extract the remaining 2 bodies from the jeep and see if you can find anything else. Wait. The soldiers of the Survey Corps have arrived at the scene. Dimitri walks up to the jeep and takes a look. Tuka backs up 2 paces and to keep some distance between Dimitri and herself. We'll take it from here. You lot, get the 2 bodies out of the jeep. Be careful with them. After giving the order, Dimitri circles around the jeep and studies it closely with another subordinate in tow. The jeep is covered in bullet holes and dented on one side, probably caused by scraping against some natural land feature. The license plate number has been confirmed. The vehicle belonged to the MIA unit. Due to the extent of the decomposition and the missing dog tags, the bodies in the vehicle are yet to be identified. Dimitri calmly voices all of his observations, while the soldier next to him jots them down one by one. At this moment, there is no sign of Dimitri's former temper and surliness. His features are marked by the composure and maturity of a veteran on the battlefield. Finally, he turns to the front of the vehicle and watches as the subordinates extract the corpse trapped in the back seat. Found anything in the settlement? Yes, dead bodies. Infected with Elid and gnawed to bits by Elids. Also your people? No, just ordinary civilians, but dressed in weird robes. Ah. Paradeus. Definitely Paradeus. Have you got any visual records? That's enough. I'm not obligated to report my progress to you. Dimitri has not raised his voice, but his impatience is apparent. Paying no more attention to Klukai, he walks off and calls the superior on his communicator. For fuck's sake. To keep it myself a little simpler for myself, I'm gonna stop reading this bit. It's a pain in the ass. Every single time. Yeah. Sergeant Dimitri checking in to give a schedule update. Received. What's the situation? Our survey mission is still underway, as per orders. We have discovered a vehicle registered in the 1364th platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps, which was declared MIA, along with the remnants of 3 soldiers. Lay them to rest properly. They are martyrs who gave their lives for the future of the Rossatrism. Understood. In addition, sir, I must once again recommend withdrawing my platoon for now and only resuming the mission when reinforcements arrive. Reason being, all 3 of the bodies found died from gunshot wounds. The vehicle bears the Survey Corps insignia and the soldiers under uniforms. Bounty hunters or even the Villegas would not engage them in a direct confrontation under normal circumstances. I believe there may be some undocumented forces at work in this area. There is a high possibility that this was a targeted attack. The silence on the other end of the line makes Dimitri restless. Sir, I'm not saying this out of cowardice, but we have encountered far more complications on this mission than expected. First, Sergeant Dimitri, there are no gun regulations in the Yellow Zones. An attack on 3 men is not enough evidence to support your claim. Besides, resources are scarce where you are. The Villegas operating in the area are likely to target straggling vehicles of the Survey Corps and plunder our military supplies. Sir, do you even know what you're saying? First, Sergeant Dimitri, continue with your mission. That's an order. Have good luck, Godestein. Blindly following orders will only hinder the progress of the mission. The entire 1364th platoon is declared MIA, and I've already lost 1/3 of my own platoon. I can't guarantee the success of this mission unless we set off after joining up with our reinforcements. You can't stop. We're not afraid to die, but I don't want to pointlessly squander my men's lives over some shitty plan. Watch your tongue if you don't want to place the soldiers in your entire company in even more danger. Our survey is already progressing much slower than the other areas, and a significant portion of our men were from the same place. The Railway Force Survey Corps is the last refuge we have. Our fall from grace wasn't caused by losing a war, and there is more at stake here than short-term resource allocation and personal assignments. Dimitri fought silent. The UNC insignias and his teammates' uniforms around him are suddenly quite an eyesore, and here he thought he already gotten used to the change. Alright, this conversation ends here. Continue with your mission. I'm dispatching the nearest troops to you to give some backup. They'll get there ahead of the original schedule. After a brief pause, the warrant officer adds, "Stay sharp. I await your safe return." After the call ends, Dimitri stows his communicator away in silence. The bulky and stuffy protective suit is getting suffocating. The soldier who has been waiting for him to finish the call walks up to him. "Sir, the remains of all 3 soldiers have been removed from the jeep. We haven't inspected them yet." Right. I'll go take a look. By the time Dimitri returns to the jeep, he has already regained his composure. The dolls of Height 404 and the soldiers of the Survey Corps are standing around the corpses. "Sir, we have finished making all the necessary visual documentation. Should we begin the inspection?" "Let me do it." The soldiers move aside to make space for Dimitri. He solemnly approaches and squats down by the bodies. He rummages through their clothing thoroughly, taking great care to also scrape away the collapsed crystals from their wounds. His hands move efficiently, but with gentle respect. Where are the dog tags? After a lengthy search, he finally fishes out 3 pieces of paper covered in stains from the pockets. "Salvage any usable supplies and bury the remains. And keep some of the personal belongings that won't take up too much space. The families deserve to know." Dimitri falls back several paces and moves over to the jeep, then lays out all the scrunched up pieces of paper that he just found on the hood of the vehicle. Kluka and Andres huddle up in for a closer look. Dimitri shoots them a glare, but does not stop them. They're all the same. Yeah. There are a lot of markings. Could these be maps? But then again, they don't have the key elements you'd find on maps. Also these numbers. And the word origin? What origin? Andres studies the numbers next to the markings on the piece of paper. They don't make sense as coordinates either. These are in military code, as if we just let you read such sensitive information. So you know what these mean? Kluka's question has obviously touched a raw nerve, as Dimitri immediately flies into a flustered rage. "Keep your noses out of all of this. All communications between you and I are encrypted with our own unique cipher to prevent intel from being leaked. The railway forces are just temporarily seconded, so it's natural that we don't know the Survey Corps cipher." Unable to make heads or tails of the notes, Dimitri puts them away for now. All 3 of them kept a separate copy on their persons, so it must contain some very important information. "I'm well aware of that. Goes without saying." Dimitri dismisses Kluka's observation. He checks the time and looks up at the sky, then turns to address his subordinates. "Getting late. Get a move and get this place cleaned up. We'll set up camp in the settlement tonight. This isn't exactly a place of peace and tranquility. Starting tonight, we're doubling the numbers of sentries in each shift. Also, I just asked over comms. Our reinforcements are already on the way. Just hang in there for a bit longer. Once we link up with them and finish the job, we can kiss the shitty life goodbye. When we get back to the Great Wall Railway, promotions and pay rises await you." "Yes, sir." Dimitri is relieved to see that his subordinate's morale has not suffered too much. Just as he is about to leave, Kluka speaks up. "Dimitri. What? Get out of the way." Kluka jabs a thumb to the side. "What do you want to say? Just say it right here." "There are no dog tags on all 3 bodies. Are you sure you want to have the discussion here?" Dimitri raises an eyebrow. He walks off to the side and gestures for Kluka to follow him. Did the dog tags on the Bujam belong to them? But the remains show no sign of having been gnawed. It's always but with you. There's danger everywhere in the Yellow Zones. Losing your dog tags isn't that unusual. From what I know, soldiers cling to their dog tags even in death. What do you tin cans know? Just do your job and mind your own business." Clearly unwilling to continue the conversation, Dimitri storms off. Looks like Mr. Dimitri is still not ready to face the truth. He's still trying to delude himself even when such an obvious problem is staring him right in the face. He's shirking his duties. You may be a bit too harsh on him, Leader Klukai. One of these people has significantly more experience with very bad situations. And now to deal with them. So what do we do now? Are we also setting up camp nearby? Yeah, I'll check out the settlement, then I'll get in touch with Lever. Remind Mehdi and Belka to keep their mouths shut about Paradeus. Sure. At night, most of the Survey Corps has already turned in. The few are on sentry duty, and the dogs on the dogs of 544 work together to patrol the areas surrounding the settlement. Unable to go to sleep, Dimitri takes out the dog tags again. Hey Nikolai, open up! Dimitri knocks on the door of the room to the dorms. His grin widens when he sees his friends. Nikolai freezes for a second before letting him in. Keep it down. Have you forgotten the rules? Oh, come on. Dimitri plants himself down on an empty bed, while Nikolai sits down at the desk by the center of the room and picks up the book he was reading in the middle of reading. Principles of Informatics. Still reading physical books in this day and age? What a freaking nerd. Well, that's good. Machines can't be trusted. The droids that used to serve with us on the battlefield wouldn't even recognize us after their authorizations got rewritten by when the UNC army took over. To think I took a liking to the little surveillance drone and even treated it like a pet. Dima, not so loud. Fine, I'll drop my voice. Dimitri takes into the empty dorm room and slaps the wooden bed frame absent-mindedly. You're the only one left in this room, eh? Yeah. The last one left last night. Retired from service and went home. What about you? Do what I gotta do. Nikolai scribbles a mark on his book. Oh, you seem awfully blasé about this. General Carter's fall must have affected your family, surely. General Carter is a fucking asshat! Hope he's finally fucking in the grave. Genuinely. Death sentence. Fucking blast him with his own grat launchers. It's not anything out of the ordinary for an old man to step down. Why are you here? You didn't just come over to just show you're concerned about my family, did you? I came because of this. Dimitri pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and gives it to Wave. Nikolai grows still. A transfer order. Stamped this morning. I'm going to, Bratan. I'm gonna spend a few years on the border, and then God knows where they'll send me. With your range, you could have applied to stay. Staying doesn't seem like such a good idea. I'd rather be exiled along with my brothers. I hear they're going to build something called the Great Wall Railway, and it will be the reserve garrison force. Sounds pretty tough, but what I think about it, there should be plenty of opportunities to turn and eat profits. Then when I make a fortune, I'll take my brothers, leave the army, and start a business. You don't want to serve anymore? Guess not. No point. I used to head on to the battlefield with some sort of a deal. Okay, so apparently this man has followed Carter. Which is really bad. For the people that don't know anything about GFL1, General Carter was a antagonist to the player's forces. To the point that he has, in fact, betrayed you and lured you into becoming what essentially amounted to fugitives. As he, with his military forces, tried to wipe out everything that belonged to Griffin. Yeah. This has nothing to do with our duty as soldiers. No? So, who are we fighting for when nobody's left? Ghosts? As long as those we've sworn to protect are still here, we remain soldiers, no matter where they're deployed, or where we are deployed. Dima, there's nothing wrong with being stationed on the border, but you mustn't let yourself lose. Hearing the disapproval in Nikolai's words, Dimitri's jaunty smile slowly disappears. Nikolai, I came to say goodbye, not to argue with you. I'm not arguing with you, I'm just telling the truth. Truth, my ass, stop lying to yourself! Nobody gave a damn about the brothers who died, and those who somehow managed to survive were either demoted or dismissed, or even got court-martialed. They let small fries and non-core forces like us keep our ranks, but send us to marginalized departments as so-called reassignments. In a rage, Dmitri marches up to Nikolai, tears off his dog tag and throws it down onto the desk in front of his friends. And take a look at this! A soldier's dog tag is the only proof of identity on the battlefield. But what happened? They changed everything. The design, my unit number, even my service number. Do you think the person listed on this dog tag is still me? Unfortunately for you, buddy, that's just what happens after a war. This is just a form of identification. You are you, Warrant Officer Dmitri. Get real. Warrant Officer Dmitri would only ever serve the Neo-Soviet Union, but from now on, it won't be the Neo-Soviet Union anymore, but the Neo-Soviet Union District under the URNC. It's over for General Carter. It's over for the Neo-Soviet Union. It's over for our dreams. Dmitri pants heavily as he glares at his friends, but Nikolai simply gazes earnestly back at him, his face still utterly calm. Anyway, I've had enough of talking about ideals. I just want to protect myself and those around me, so that we can eke out a living in this godforsaken world. You should look out for yourself. They're already going after General Carter's followers. If you stay here, they'll surely give you a hard time. Things could end badly for you. Don't let a dead dream drag you into an early grave. Dmitri puts away his dog tag stiffly. There, set my piece. I'll get going then. I would not be surprised if they actually knew Jaeger as well. The absolute bastard. When Dmitri reaches the door, Nikolai, who has been silent the whole time, calls out to him. Dima. What? Thinking that his friend wants to make peace with him, Dmitri's voice softens. But when he looks back, he sees Nikolai standing ramrod straight, pointing at his chest. Ask yourself in here. Do you genuinely believe that? Dmitri finds himself back in the present. He looks down at the dog tag that used to belong to Nikolai, then at the soldiers sleeping deeply not far from him. Some of them are comrades-in-arms who served the Neo-Soviet Union alongside him on the battlefield, while others are rookies who enlisted with lofty ideals. Yet here they are, all huddled together in the ruins of a bandit settlement on this night. He lets out another sigh and stows the dog tag away. At least that belief has kept me alive and kicking. No. 10-3. Hey, look at that. It's another force of enemies that we can blast away thanks to the fact that Kluka is completely overpowered. We just need to blow them all up, and they're all close enough together so I can blow them up in one turn. Isn't this great? Well, one will survive, actually. Grenade! This will take a moment. That's blowing them all up. And you kill him. Kill the froggy. Target eliminated. Moving forward. Hey, I can finally go back and lie down. Beep beep. Beep beep beep. Good talk. After fending off the elites that attacked them along the way, Klukai walks aside while the team is resting up and answers a call from Lever with obvious displeasure. You're calling 10 hours later, 10 whole hours later than you're supposed to. Doesn't the non-military forces administration administer their time? Oh my, don't be so grumpy right off the bat. I have a lot of serious business to attend to, you know. It's quite understandable that I can't always check in with you on time. Rules and regulations for Hyde 4 members. Calls and meetings. Article 24. In the event of an emergency, participant must be informed of the cancellation of the meeting or call. The reason must be stated and the rescheduled time must be confirmed. Need I repeat that? You've got too many rules, Kluka. You can remember them all. If you could all hold yourself into the high standards that befit elite T-dolls, there wouldn't be a need for so many rules. We code well enough even back when our rules were essentially half a page. That was then, now I'm the squad leader. And yet, squad leader Klukai, the almighty lady, was getting the jitters because she couldn't get in touch with a humble little member like me. Who was getting the jitters? Never mind. Let's get down to business. Lever chuckles at Klukai's huffiness. Having succeeded in riding up, she decides to call it a day. I've had a look at the images you sent over. Those rocks are indeed evidence of Paraday's activity, a fact that's corroborated by Lena's intel. The deceased and the settlement were also dressed in the attire that matched the uniforms of Paraday's members. So congrats. Finally some concrete progress. It's not really worth anything worth celebrating. You were bothered by the lack of progress before, and now you're upset that it's confirmed to be Paradise. You're so hard to please, almighty leader Klukai. If you know I'm the leader, then drop the dizzy act and start taking this seriously. What has Paradise been up to in the past few years? Have the Knights started studying architecture? We're still investigating the specific details, but one thing is for certain. Paradise has stepped up the brainwashing of the human members, who now refer to themselves as Unitas. Those scattered rocks probably looked like this before they were destroyed. Lever sent an image to Klukai. That's a tower. It's some sort of totem. Paradise strengthens the Unitatis' faith and loyalty using these, so they'll be more obligated to serve their experiments. Well, it worked, apparently. What's the point? If they want to force people to comply, the Knights' force is more than enough. You don't understand humans at all, Klukai. We operate according to logic, but humans' actions are often compelled by emotions and beliefs. Rather than subjecting them to experiments by force and having to look out for insurrection that could manifest at any time, it's much more effective to have a spiritual hold on them, which eliminates the problem completely. To make an analogy, it would be akin to overwriting their protocols, like transferring their command authorizations from a normal society to Paradise. Stop trying to make yourself out to be some kind of an anthropologist. I'm just a little more knowledgeable than you on the subject. So, in other words, Paradise is even trickier to deal with than before. That's right. They're basically well on the way to becoming an extremist group. The Knights are only getting more powerful, and now they recruited a bunch of deranged Unitatis. Lena is busy investigating the other things of Kalina, so I can't expect any help from her. In fact, they need my help, so I've got my hands absolutely full at the moment. Thank goodness you're here to give a hand, Klukai. If they're so dangerous, when will the reinforcements you promised arrive? I know, right? It's not like they are already there. Very soon. I think you'll be very well pleased. Oh, the connection's breaking up. What? With an ear-splitting burst of static, the comms line breaks down. Talk about bad timing. Not like there's been forward. Yeah. Kluka recalls what Lever just said. Well pleased. What kind of reinforcement would make her well pleased? Both have always preferred to work on their own. The way Kluka sees it, seeking external help is a show of weakness, so she will never consider it an option unless absolutely necessary. And yet, there's a person that you have given your life for in the past, and you have returned. Somehow. I have yet to learn how. Volvo is extremely unlikely to accept aid from an outsider to begin with, and the chances of Kluka appreciating the aid are even more minuscule, unless... A figure appears in Kluka's neurocloud, but she soon dismisses the idea. No, it couldn't be him. Or he would have responded with feigned nonchalance. But even as Kluka refuses to entertain the possibility, she deliberately reduces her processing speed so that the figure can linger just a little longer in neurocloud. In any case, she better ask for more clarification from Lever, so that she won't be distracted from her mission because of any unnecessary expectations. Just as Kluka is about to send another comms request, Andres walks over to her. Leader Kluka, my data link with the server just got severed. I checked the signal strength, it's not at 0, but it's very weak. So long-range comms and neurocloud backups will be affected. It's probably a temporary phenomenon caused by the collapse storm. Andres looks over at the server core nearby. Dimitri is talking to subordinates. Should we talk to them about this? We're currently using their military line. If even the military line is affected here, then we must stay close to the survey call. Right. Tell Mekti and Belka not to take unauthorized action. I'll discuss this with them. Okay. Klukai approaches the survey core and notices that the few soldiers that Dimitri is talking to have split into 2 groups and started loading their equipment onto the assigned vehicles. Meanwhile, Dimitri is giving more orders to another subordinate. With fewer people on the team, the mission will become more dangerous. Get everyone to stay on their toes. Crank the signal boosters all the way up and tell everyone, including the doors from 4-4, to remain within comms range until the necessary temporary base stations are set up. Roger that, sir. Good. Now let's get to work. After Laren is gone, Klukai walks over to Dimitri. Is the signal booster no good anymore? If it was, I'd think I'd split the team up. You'd think I'd split the team up at such a crucial stage of the mission. The signal's already garbage in this freaking place to start with, and the storm will rage on for a good while. There's no way of getting any word out at the moment. If we don't set up those temporary base stations, well, even we will be declared MIA. She got better. Kind of difficult to get better from, like, the kind of thing that happened to her in the last event of GFL 1 that we played. Also, fun fact, we got an announcement for the next event in GFL 1. Second to last one. Yippee! There was a girl that got decapitated during a sports practice incident. She got better too. Excuse me, what? Yeah, what? Also, let me wait. I didn't see the outbreak thing again, and now we have an outbreak right here. So I can take a moment and chill here. They managed to put her head back on and she lived. How the fuck? What? How does that work? No, I'm no surgeon, but like, what the fuck? That's some fucking miracle work right there. Don't know how it happened. Don't know how it... Wild. While we are waiting for the, what's this? For the thing to resume. That is in fact it. We can listen to music from the last GFL 1 event that we played, which was Angela Gyrus. Totally not because I just reminded myself of the event. No, that's not it. But yes. I like this CG. I really do. But I don't like this CG. That's simple and it's not. I don't like it. 50 seconds until the outbreak's over. The most reliable. Goal 16. Okluka. I am really, really curious about how the GFL story will end. Because I've also managed to stay entirely unspoiled about that. Apart from the fact that we know that the commander survives. Fun fact, this song is also apparently in that Reconnected song that I used at the start. The theme to the event that we're currently playing. Boop, boop. The outbreak is over. Sending your men out in pairs isn't safe. Under these circumstances, it's better to act in groups of 4. Something. But I've only got this handful of men. What will you have me do? I'll send them out with all good quality gear. And one of my men is as good as 3. We're already very close to the red zone. The environmental conditions are way more unpredictable than what you've experienced so far. You really should be more careful. Oh, for Christ's sake, what does a tin can like you know? Getting scared before you even reach the battlefield? You'll be shot into Swiss cheese even with that fancy weapon of yours. If you've got the time to yap, just spend the time killing elites. Why is stupid machines being so long-winded? Once the preparations are complete, the soldiers tasked with constructing the temporary base station split off from the main force and set out to carry their missions. Meanwhile, a small surveillance drone is hidden behind a piece of cover not far away. Its indicator light blinks as it records everything that's transpiring. The clear visual feed is being displayed on Bluesphere's monitor. Keep up with the splinter groups. Oh great, he's gonna kill them. Amazing. Continue. Even through... Even though the GPS is severely hindered by the terrible signal reception, the Survey Corps and the Hydefall Force still painstakingly conducting the environmental survey. Sir, 2 groups have sent the signals. It appears that they have finished setting up the temporary base stations. The signal reception over comms lines also returned to medium strength, and external communications have been restored. Some of the groups still haven't found suitable locations and set up the base stations, but they have re-established communications with the main force. Not bad. Notify the brothers of the base station and tell them to stay put for now. The temporary base stations are poor substitutes for the standard ones. They must take extra care not to let things get, like edicts, damage them. And if they encounter boojums or anything they can't manage, tell them to prioritize their own safety and contact the main force at once. Yes, sir. On the cold digital monitor, 2 specks of light flicker steadily like stars in the night sky. They may be faint, but the presence is unmistakable. Dimitri wishes sincerely that the stars obscured by the gloom will get to light up the night sky once again. It's time to contact the warrant officer again. A shitty place. The jeep is hit by a strong impact. Even the commuter is knocked out of Dimitri's hand, falling underneath the seat. Through the window, he sees that the vehicle has collided with that the vehicle that collided with his is also part of a pile-up collision. The actual vehicle that came under attack has skidded to a halt with blown-out tires and heavy smoke. Besides, what just happened? A group of vehicles have appeared in the distance, followed by a vicious fire assault. The doors of Hydefall 4 have already leaped into action, diving behind cover and exchanging fire with their attackers. They must have snuck up on us while the radar was still down. We don't know which armed force it is. Get everyone to find cover and wait for the enemy to run out of ammo. Wait for my order and prepare to counter-attack. Hey, look, it's these asshats again. Yippee! Ah, mush, quick, hide! I will admit, those mechs look kinda cool. Or those combat androids, I guess. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be an easy one. We go to about here. Blow up everything on our path. There might be a survivor on the very left. Maybe. Nope, he's dead. Now we kill these. Lukai being busted as fuck. Yet again. It would be funny if it wasn't so tragic. Jesus, this is fucking overpowered. Having repelled the assault for the time being, Dimitri directs his subordinates and the Dolls of Fall Thought to clean up the battlefield. After some thought, he walks over to Klukai. Hey, what's your name again? Klukai? What the hell kind of name is Klukai? Klukai and Anders focus on inspecting the wreckage of an enemy mechanical unit. Do not bother to look up. What is it? Didn't you mention you got attacked by an unknown armed force earlier? Were they the ones? Hold on. Huh? Andres, do we have the result of the analysis? Not yet. Still have to double-check some of the connection methods and plant specifications. I just asked Mehdi and Belka to inspect the other wreckages so I can incorporate the data they collect into the analysis. Right, make it quick. Leaving Andres to work in peace, Kluka rises to her full height. A preliminary inspection has not revealed any clear forms of identification on these mechanical units, which appear to have been modified from general TMC machinery. So we're trying to compare the methods and parts used in the modifications with the units we encountered before. If there are multiple matches, we can be reasonably sure that they are from the same faction. There were humans in the force that attacked us. Unfortunately, they either got killed or fled. Have you also encountered human armed forces before? No. It was only modern automatons that attacked us. These new automatons had better firepower, and the humans were armed with very high-quality weapons. Kluka peers down at the dent left by the bullet that hit her on the arm. In my experience, neither the Villegas nor ordinary bounty hunters can afford this level of armament. First Sergeant Dimitri. We've searched the human remains thoroughly, but found no meaningful clues. Alright, see if you can find any usable weapons, energy sources or protective equipment. Gather everything you can find and take it with us. But, sir, non-standard issue weapons could cause injuries or death to the user. This is against regulations. Who cares about regulations anymore? We must make use of whatever resources we can get our hands on. Still, check everything carefully. Get rid of anything with electronic messaging capability. Roger that, sir. Leader Kluka, Mr. Dimitri. I have the analysis results. The fire control cores installed on mechanical units are of the same type. Units of the same type generally have the same ports. As for the parts, they're just your run-of-the-mill military stuff. So I thought I'd check the manufacturer badge through the net. But what? Our signal got disconnected. What? Dimitri rummages through his pockets for his communicator, but then he remembers it has fallen under the seat in the previous battle. Kluka confirms Andres' observation after checking the connection herself. We are indeed disconnected. Possible. The temporary base stations are up and running. The signal should be more stable. Dimitri rushes back to the jeep in disbelief. After searching for a moment, he finds his communicator and accesses the signal interface. The digital screen is now pitch black. There is no sign of blinking lights. Yeah, the base stations have been destroyed. 2 hours ago. How's it going? Is the plan proceeding smoothly? Yes, though there have been some unexpected changes along the way. Changes? Have they received more reinforcements? No, but once the survey corps noticed the signal deterioration, they split up and started constructing temporary base stations. They're even more cautious than we thought. That's not good news. Make sure you don't let off the splinter groups. No problem. However, even though the Mangi security has aided in Paradise operations within the area, they are not very accustomed to the local terrain due to the complex environmental conditions and rampant elite activities. They have had to allocate part of their crew to take out the Bujum, so we are not fully aware of the entire Survey Corps movement at the moment. I need not remind you of the danger of the fish that slips the net, do I? Don't forget the trouble caused by the Survey Corps last time. Right. I've already notified Mangi Security to take action, as per your order. And to prevent the Survey Corps from reporting the situation to their superiors, I have applied signal restrictions to their current location. The military line is completely down. That's acceptable, I suppose. But it's not a guaranteed fail-safe solution either. So long as the signal marker or temporary base stations exist, there's a risk they can get out of this. Blue Sphere. Cocoon's demeanor shifts ambiguously. Every word seems to be a warning, thinly veiled in humor. I hope you have contingency plans in place. That's just an emergency countermeasure. As per your order, I will spare no effort in searching for and eliminating the Survey Corps splinter groups as well as destroying the existing local signal markers. Ah, that's marvelous to hear. By the way, I have another piece of advice for you. What is it? Zecht Faben has instructed me, or FABN has instructed me to relay this message. You may activate the last resort if necessary. The decision of activating is entirely at your discretion. However, be sure to make it quick and clean, and remember to wrap up all the loose ends afterwards. After all, this is an extremely risky move, and it would be very difficult to explain ourselves if we attract even the slightest bit of suspicion. The same order has also been issued to Mangi Security. Just request authorization to transfer from them. Understood. That's it. Good luck. Before the comms is terminated, Cocoon suddenly taps the screen. Oh, one more thing. Since the server core kept pestering the Superior, they've been sent new reinforcements that will arrive in only a day or two. The new force is getting pretty close. Make sure you don't let them suspect a thing. Next. Having evaded the incessant pursuit of an unknown force, the Server Core and Hyde 4-4 are now taking temporary refuge in an abandoned settlement that they have chanced upon. The settlement is shielded by the hills to the southeast, so the Dolls of Hyde 4-4 are currently monitoring the surrounding areas from their respective hiding spots on the other three sides. Considering the extent of damage that Mechty has suffered, Kluka has paired herself up with her. These people are attacking harder and harder. Who the heck are they? Kluka, did you antagonize somebody again? We didn't manage to charge our batteries back at the previous settlement because of the problematic ports. Do we even have enough auxiliary power for 3 more batteries? Or 3 more battles? Of course. Huh? Seriously? As long as you keep each battle under a minute. What? Then we're totally short on power. Kluka connects to a regional comms channel. Have you come up with the next step to the battle plan? The enemy has made their intentions pretty clear. They've got to be searching for us in the area. If we get surrounded... Shut up, I'm trying to think! This guy's so impressive. Here I am, dead tired, and there he is, still perky enough to lose his temper and shout his head off. Seriously, which one is actually a doll? Sounds like a you problem. Mechty, stay here and keep a lookout. I'll go see what's keeping him dawdling. Kluka heads over to the building in which Dimitri is taking cover and finds him checking and rechecking a slip of paper with an unknown sequence of numbers against the map. What are you doing? What? Please keep it quiet while the First Sergeant reviews the situation and looks for more clues. How long has he been at it? Since the moment we found the signboard bearing the name of the settlement. Not here, not this either. Dimitri seems to be measuring some kind of distance on the map using his own rugged fingers. However, he eventually gives up and puts the paper away in annoyance. If you're running some sort of vector equation, you won't be able to determine the specific location without knowing the original location. Shut your trap. If you issue follow-up orders over a timely fashion, I would not be questioning you. But our supplies are limited, and judging from our current situation, if you keep running around aimlessly, our enemy will hunt us down and pick us off sooner or later. At least not entirely dumb. Just then, the young soldiers from the Survey Corps enter through the door. Sir, we are all in position awaiting further directives. Stand by. You already set up your defenses. Do you think I was playing Sudoku while being sitting duck? Make sure the form of you coordinate with our movements. You want orders, right? Well, don't just stand there. Come over here and look at this. Dimitri beckons a Kluka and gestures for her to take a closer look at the map. See the hills around the southeast. More than 70% of the mechanical units are up there right now. I've also stationed 5 of my men there to prepare for a feint. A feint? That's right. Enemies are hot on our heels. They'll probably come looking for us here in 3 hours. I just checked the map and the closest settlement from our current location is at least 6 hours away, and it will be very difficult for us to stay hidden while we make our way there. If we can't get a bigger head start to take out most of the surprise at the pursuers in one go, they will catch up to us before we can reach the next settlement and replenish our supplies, and it'll be over for us then. You're planning to whittle down the firepower here? Exactly. To them, we're just a small and poorly equipped force that can only counterattack using ambushes and guerrilla tactics. We can take advantage of that assumption. This area is smack along the way to that settlement, with hills on one side. Anyone with a half a brain can tell that this is the perfect spot for an ambush, including our pursuers. Once they confirm that we are on our way to the nearest settlement, they will immediately try to figure out where we have posted our guards to protect the travelling convoy, which will be clearly on the hills. But then, aren't you playing right into the hands? Still don't get it, Tin Can? Most of the mechanical units are already damaged and don't really stand a chance in a direct confrontation. If we keep them around while we march, not only will they eat up our resources, they may also expose our movements. They can be they can be put to much better use. As for Hidefall 4, you'll be the key to our upcoming fight. As long as you can seize the opportunity and flank our pursuers from the west while they're drawn to the hills, and catch them in a pincer attack, it may just be possible for us to wipe them out. I must remind you that if we move according to your plan, we cannot guarantee the safety of both the mechanical units and the soldier on the hills. The 5 men up there are led by my most trusted comrade. He's much smarter than you. Once the 4 of you are on the move, they will activate the droid's auto-attack mode, and then circle around to the other side of the hills and regroup with the main force. That's just the best case scenario. With a success rate of less than 40%, it's highly likely they'll be eliminated before the regrouping with the main force. Moreover, we're basing our estimation of the main force entirely on the observation of the previous encounter. If the enemy force exceeds 130% of our estimation, that is, there are 20 or more soldiers, or 25 or more automatons that we did not account for, the success rate for this operation will drop to below 25%. What do you take our soldiers for? You think we only fight when there's a 100% chance of success? Our job is to seize the opportunity and turn victory into reality. Under these circumstances, we'd be lucky to stand even half a chance. Just making sure you're managing your expectations. What about the main force? They'll be retreating with only lightweight gear to conserve the strength. And where are they headed? There are 2 destinations. The first is the closest settlement, but we can't ascertain whether they are still occupied or they are enough supplies to keep us going. The other is a base station in the same general direction. If you can find and repair it, we may be able to restore external communications and contact our reinforcements. How far away is the base station? About the same distance to the settlement, roughly 6 hours on foot. On foot? We have a jeep. Jeep. From now on you don't. What do you mean? Not counting a small jeep, the Service Corps currently still has 1 jeep and 1 small military truck. To pull off this plan, we must set up a vehicle in the northeast, where the enemy is most likely to attack from and draw their attention. At the same time, I'll have several of those scout drones buzzing around in the other directions. You've seen those things before, pretty much useless in a fight, but noisy as hell and perfect for both attracting enemy attention and tipping us off. Only thing is, there's no hope of recovering the vehicle or the drones. What about the other vehicle? That will be given to the men up on the hill as they get away to catch up with the main force. I don't think that's very sensible. You just admitted that the chances of successfully regrouping with the main force are pretty slim. Why waste limited resources knowing that? What does a tin can like you know? Forging ahead despite the difficulties makes my comrades heroes, but cutting off their only chance of escape because of the difficulties would make me a bastard. I'm sending them the stage to feign, not be a cannon fodder. I simply wish to maximize the operation's chances of success. Dimitri takes a deep breath. I am the commanding officer here, and your job is to lead your Hidefall 4 in carrying out my orders. Is that clear? Don't you worry about human matters with that tin can brain of yours. Kluge decides not to argue with a stubborn Dimitri. Now that I'm aware of the general plan, let's split up and move separately. I'll be off then. Assemble in the southwest of the settlement in half an hour. Got it. Well then. Kluge fills in the other 4 members on the operation plan. After confirming the basic terrain around the settlements, they join the Service Corps in hiding within an abandoned building in the southwestern part of the settlement. Look at the time. I'm normally in bed by now. Will those people actually take the bait, like Dimitri says? Hard to say. The working assumption is that we will be fighting an enemy force the same size as we've encountered before. If they've amped up the firepower, we're finished. That's true. Bix's Kluge, can the guys actually be trusted? I wouldn't hedge all the bets on them. We should focus on figuring out our own contingency. Still, it's certainly necessary to mount a counterattack here to give us a head start against our pursuers. Alright, I'll do my best. Andres, when the operation is underway, don't stray too far from the vehicle. You must keep our supplies secure. If we need to retreat ahead of schedule, I'll also call you to pick us up. No problem, Leader Kluge. The 4 dolls lapse into silence as they remain at the station. Soon after that, an ear-splitting alarm goes off in the northeast, followed by a vicious burst of gunfire. At the same time, the vehicle deployed beforehand explodes, and Dimitri's voice can be heard through the regional comms channel. Attention all units, the enemy force is approaching. Stay low. When they enter the attack range, our men on the hills will launch an ambush and trigger the explosive we rig to weaken the firepower. Hyde 4-4 will catch them in a pincer move from behind. The rest of you, follow my command. Copy that, sir. Understood. With the first gunshot fire up on the hill, the battle has officially begun. Leader Klukai, the enemy is indeed lured by our enemies by our men on the hills. According to the intelligence we currently possess, the enemy force comprises about 15 men, 2 heavy automatons and 5 anti-automatons. The exact quantity of land automatons is unknown, but my preliminary estimation is about 10. Belka, Mehdi, we start moving once they move further southeast by another 50 meters. When attacking them from behind, Belka will focus on taking out the anti-automatons to reduce their field of view. Mehdi and I will take care of the heavy land and land automatons. Make sure to keep the enemy force from spotting our main force in the southwest. Understood. Alright. Anders, stand by in this area. If the enemy units come this way, detonate the explosives and throw smoke grenades to keep the main force hidden. Understood, Leader Klukai. Even though the enemy's force is thrown into disarray at first, they soon regain their footing and launch an attack on the hills using cover and anti-air units. Kluka keeps gauging the distance between them and the enemy force. Finally, she gives the order. Hyde 4-4, where are... As the Nords enter the fray, the enemy's attack becomes noticeably hamstrung. Meanwhile, Dimitri starts directing the main force on retreating toward the target settlement. Something's gonna go wrong. Big says Klukai, all enemy anti-air units have been eliminated. Very good. Oh boy, have you done shooting the little birds? Get over here and give me a hand. This big guy has really bad news. Belka, back up Mehdi immediately and stop the heavy automaton from getting any closer. Leave the rest to me. Alright, Big sis, watch yourself. Timing move carefully, Kluka detonates another set of explosives, successfully impeding the enemy's attempt to regroup. Hyde 4-4 to the main force. We've successfully suppressed the enemy pursuing force. Received. Ivan, how many men have you got left? 3, but one is badly injured and immobile. Have the bastards noticed anything off? Doesn't look like it. The firepower is still focused on our side of the hills, but thanks to 4-4's interference, they haven't been able to make much headway. In fact, they've had to send a group to go after 4-4 just 10 minutes ago. We prioritized taking out the drones, but because of the terrain and all the dust and smoke, those bastards can barely see. They shouldn't have noticed that our main force is already gone. Seriously, hats off to you, Dima. You with your crazy tricks. Save the ass-kissing for later. You've accomplished your objective, now get out of there. Go around the hills. Copy that. 4-4, keep the enemy busy for 15 more minutes. Once Ivan's group withdraws from the area, detonate all mechanical units and remaining explosives to draw the enemy's attention and seal off their route of pursuit. Take out as many of their effective units as you can while you withdraw. Pick up the pace and make sure you catch up to the main force. Keep the regional comms clear. Understood. Are we finally done? That was amazing. Plan worked unexpectedly well. Hey, Finch guy. Everyone in the regional comms channel breathes a sigh of relief and starts to relax a little. Still staying close to the jeep, Andra suddenly looks to the side in alarm. Attention, heat signatures detected to the west, possibly enemy reinforcements. They may have received the enemy's forces' distress call and are moving ahead of full speed. There's a high chance that they will encounter our main force. What? Take cover wherever you can find right now. Grenade! The wave of dust kicked up by the enemy reinforcements that march is already within Dimitri's view. Judging by heat signatures, there's approximately 10 anti-automatons and 5 heavy automatons. I cannot provide an estimate in the quantity of armed personnel. Even though everyone is prepared for the worst, the moment the enemy reinforcements actually show up, their despair is still palpable through the comms channel. Attention all units. Cut all your lights and get down to the ground. Unless ordered otherwise, do not move, attack, or make any sound. Also, the new enemy force is entered visual range. It's double the size estimated by 4-4. The comms channel lapses into silence. As the second ticks by, the enemy anti-air units are fast approaching the server core and will soon spot the barely hidden soldiers. No tricks or tactics will save them from the enemy's superior firepower. All the soldiers press themselves to the ground with bated breath, doing everything they can to reduce their biosigns. If they continue on the current route, they'll come face to face with you lot, yeah? In that case, we'll have to get them to change course. Hearing Ivan's voice through the comms communicator, Dimitri is compelled to respond, even though he just gave the order to forbid anyone from making a sound. Do not act without permission. What are you thinking? Rescue. Looks like our mission isn't over yet. Are you kidding me? Our rescue's still chilling God knows where. What? Dimitri stops abruptly mid-sentence when he realizes what his comrade is getting at. We don't know why the enemy is so hellbent on wiping us out, but they clearly won't let us flee the battlefield and rendezvous with our reinforcements. If we show any signs of doing that, they will definitely try to stop us with all their might. Quit your yammering. Your mission right now is to regroup with the main force. Dima, let me finish. In just a while, I will create the illusion that we have established contact with our reinforcements and are attempting to rendezvous with them. Dima, you and the others must seize this opportunity and run for it. I won't be able to distract them for long. Once I clue into the trick, they'll double back and hunt you down. Are you disobeying the direct fucking order from me? Our mission is to stage a feint and assist the main force in reaching safety. This isn't the time to be a smartass. Retreat, do you hear me? Ivan says nothing in response to Dimitri's fury. The winds and gunfire in the yellow zone resound in the comms channel. Dima, don't forget you find us afterwards to bring us back to Moscow. That is where all our dreams began, and that is where we must return even in death. Amid the silence, Ivan's voice sounds ghastly, almost unreal. Ivan, you stand right fucking down right now! Ivan makes no answer. The mechanical units on the hills to the southeastern settlement suddenly stop firing and start following a jeep that is speeding in the completely opposite direction. A signal flare, with a bright trailing light, soars into the night sky with no second thoughts. The amber flare flashes several times in the sky at a certain frequency, then falls into the vast desert. This sudden development has drawn the attention of both the enemy force fighting with the settlements and their reinforcements currently en route to the settlements. The Survey Corps exposing their own route is making them doubt the authenticity of the intelligence. That's like signaling they're linking up with the reinforcements. But according to us intel, the Survey Corps and reinforcements shouldn't be arriving so soon. It would appear that the info we've previously received wasn't entirely accurate. With the stir we've been causing, the Focus on Purifications project may have sent more than one group of reinforcements. What do we do? Should we withdraw? The High-Ups told us not to expose ourselves. You idiots. The fact that the reinforcements are showing up means that we're already exposed. We haven't even managed to secure the mission objective, so why would we withdraw now? To give the reinforcements enough time to get into positions? Contact Team 5 in the settlement. Tell them to hurry up and take out those dolls, then go after the Survey Corps and intercept them. Support Team 7, change course immediately, chase them down. Having received the instructions, the entire units pivot swiftly, ignoring the group of soldiers lying on their stomachs under the cover of the night just a short distance away. They instead head in Ivan's directions to give them pursuit. A familiar military song, accompanied by the sound of artillery fire, can be heard through the Survey Corps' regional comms channel. It's a chorus of only 3 voices, but it resounds more sonorous than ever. 4-4, pin on the armed units within the settlement, wipe them out as quickly as you can. Do not let them catch up to Ivan. And Dimitri clenches his fists. His voice grows hoarse and hollow. Then withdraw and link up with the main force. Understood. Kluka briefly assesses the number of remaining armed units within the settlement and the distance from the main force. Andres, Mechti, Belka, take only your lightest gear along with Andres' big gun and withdraw immediately. Hang on, are you planning to fight them all by yourselves? No way, that's too dangerous. They still have heavy automaton left. It'll take at least 2 of us to take it down. Why don't I stay and give you hand pixes? Mechti can have Andres. Obey your orders. Don't make me repeat myself. The enemy is incredibly close by. If we withdraw by car, they will definitely be alerted, which will reveal the general direction of the main force, so we can only withdraw by foot. Andres' big gun is pretty heavy and has to be carried by 2 of you, while one more has to be the escort and guard. There's no getting around it. Not to mention that all the weight is going to slow you down significantly, so you've got to set off right now. And what if we leave the big gun? Then we can withdraw together. The battle isn't over yet. We need to keep it with us. Now go. Stina and Kluka has already made up their minds. The other 3 dolls know better than to argue. They nod at each other and begin the withdrawal. Now I'll show you the might of an elite T-doll. Well then. Having detected Hide-Fall Force hideouts, the enemy units start gathering toward the area. After confirming that our 3 teammates have successfully departed, Kluka double-checks their physical condition and gear, then calmly steps into the night filled with smoke and flames. I'll make it back. I will not fall. Tlukai pulls her thoughts away from the figure that has surfaced in an air cloud for now and pulls the trigger resolutely. The battle begins anew. On Dimitri's end. The enemy's reinforcements have gone off after Ivan. At Dimitri's command, the soldiers cautiously scan the surrounding area. No enemy units detected in the area. Should we send a team over to Ivan? Dimitri knows full well that these soldiers hinting at. He gazes silently at the horizon, where the sky is aglow with the flames of battle. Little by little, the flying sparks devour the wrath and despair in his eyes. There's no more singing through the comms channel. It could cut off abruptly, along with the sound of artillery and the howling winds. No need. Dimitri closes his eyes. His gaunt features betray the vicissitudes of life. But what if they're simply out of comms range? Don't make me waste my breath. All of you. Continue to lie low and take stock of your gear. Move at my command. But obey your orders. The young soldier still wants to say something, but Larian smacks him upside the head. He wants to save Ivan and the others more than anyone. If he were on his own, I'm pretty sure he would have rushed over with nothing but his gun by now. But he's a commander. He's responsible for keeping us alive, so that the sacrifice would not be in vain. Sorry, sir. I wasn't thinking. Dimitri waves it off. Then he opens up the map and checks it again against the paper slip again. A brief moment later, he slaps himself hard on the face. Should have figured it out sooner. He picks up his communicator and tunes into the regional comms channel. Attention all units. Change of target destination. Our new target destination is a mountain near Jahotna, about 1.5 kilometers to the northwest. We set off this instant. 4-4, sit rep. All three of us have suffered about 25% damage to our frames. We're currently heading towards the main force with our equipment. We should be able to link up with you in, let me see, 20 minutes? But Bixis Klukai stayed behind at the settlement to clean up the remaining armed units on our own. It's all these stupid heroics. Dimitri understands the reason behind 4-4's calls of action, but he still can't help but let off a curse. You! Just as Belka's about to talk back, Klukai's impassive voice speaks through the comms channel. Whether one's heroics are stupid or not depends on how capable they are. Bixis Klukai! This is Klukai of 4-4. All remaining armed units within the settlement have been eliminated. I've burned through more ammo than expected and taken some damage to my frame. My estimated travel speed has dropped by 22%. I'm glad you're okay, leader. Mr. Dimitri may have been a bit rude, but I agree it's best to avoid such risky stunts. Count yourself lucky. I don't give two shits about your reduced travel speed. Catch up to the main force. We're headed for the main mountain in Jahotna. At long last, under Dimitri's leadership, the surviving soldiers of the Survey Corps and the adults of Hyde 4-4 filed into a cave under the cover of the night. With no further directives from the commander, the soldiers who just had to close brush with death all slump into the ground with their backs against the rocky walls. The fierce battle they have just experienced is still fresh in their minds. Nobody turns on any light source, and nobody says a word. The adults of Hyde 4-4 are sitting quietly in the cave. Keeping some distance from the Survey Corps, they each inspect their own physical condition. Leader Klukai, the average damage rate for among the four of us is about 35%. We lost our vehicle in the previous battle. All temporary repair parts were on board. It's only 35%, no big deal. But that's just the average. Of the four of you taking the most damage, no? I'm okay. Really? Your left eye looks horrific. Just a shrapnel cut. It looks worse than it actually is. But Luca shakes her head softly at Andorus, telling her to drop the subject. But she receives no visual feedback of Andorus' concerned expression through her left visual module. Her left eye is utterly ruined. Andorus, any more information about the current location? Just a little. Based on the map and the rough location of the previous settlements, we're probably inside a salt mine in Jahotna. But this mine has been abandoned for years and is currently vacant. Belka, Messi, you two switch to low power mode and stand by. Conserve as much energy as you can. Andorus, ensure your night vision is functional and keep an eye on the exterior of the cave. Our radars aren't working and we've lost all our drones, so we can only rely on your eyes. No problem, Leader Klukai. Alright, Bixis. Despite her injuries and exhaustion, Mehdi does not zonk out immediately like she usually would. Instead, she hugs her weapon close and gazes uneasily at the pitch-dark sky outside the cave. After giving the 4-4 members their orders, Klukai stands up and walks over to Dimitri quietly. He's sitting in a corner deeper in the cave, having a whispered conversation with Larian. Dima, I just did some counting. Our supplies are down to 20%. Less than half of us are left. Both even and Lev are... I let them down. Not at all. You defied all odds in keeping us alive under those circumstances. That aside, have you figured out the message on the notes? You changed your mind all of a sudden and brought us here. Dimitri leans back tightly against the cave wall, clutching his gun tightly in his hand. You still remember Nikolai? Larian racks his brain for a moment. Nikolai, you mean the son of that local military officer? I haven't had much of a dealings with him. We weren't in the same platoon after all. But you're friends, right? Kind of. He was on the list of MII soldiers that I got from the brass. He was the leader of the team. The dog tag we found was his. So he's one of them dogs that licked the UNC's ass, huh? Dean, what good did that do? Didn't keep them alive, did it? Larian mutters some expletives through gritted teeth. Whether out of contempt for Nikolai or general malcontent, Dimitri cannot tell. Well, that's not the point. The point is I managed to figure out this all thanks to him and Ivan. With that, Dimitri pulls the piece of paper that we have found on the deceased out of the pockets. He smooths out the creases, then turns a small flashlight and angles himself further away from the cave entrance and blocks the light with his own body. This is a simple coordinate diagram made based on our actual map. Here, here, and here. These numbers on the drawings are the coordinates on the actual locations. That's not right. The numbers are too big to be in this area. Yep, because there's double encryption. I just couldn't figure out the cipher key. Look at this. Origin. I initially thought it was a hint to find the point of origin to convert the coordinates, but that's not it. Dimitri pulls up the map on his communicator. Do you remember our near-Soviet Union's land area and the coordinates of Moscow? Try subtracting them from these numbers on the drawing. Larian does some mental calculations and references the longitude and latitude on the map. It's a match. Dang, Dima, you've got brains! Nah, I just had some experience with this kind of thing when I was serving with Nikolai in the past. That brat was allergic to modern encryption methods and insisted on something fancier. We've even used... Never mind. It's not like anyone will ever use it again, so let's just leave it at that. Dimitri looks a little forlorn. But how do you realize these numbers are the cipher? Origin actually refers to the Neo-Soviet Union, to Moscow, the starting point of our dreams. Nikolai once said that as long as the Neo-Soviet Union stood, he would not yield. So these two numbers became the ciphers of his double encryption method, and no one would ever guess their significance. Nikolai, who had always considered these two numbers constants, never once forgot or betrayed the Neo-Soviet Union. I didn't mean to... Sparing his old comrade any further awkwardness, Dimitri swipes across the map and points at a location. When I learned about the location of a previous operation, I noticed that one of the marked points was around here. I don't know why he marked out these places, but each of his subordinates kept a copy of this information on their persons, even in death, so it had to mean something. We must come and have a look, and if we find anything, we've got to get the word out about what they were trying to tell us. I just walked around for a bit, I didn't see anything special. The cave seems pretty big, it's probably deeper than we think. Take a few of the others and keep a lookout on the entrance of the cave entrance. Make sure you stay hidden. I'll take 2 men and 4 to explore deeper. Right. After hesitating for a moment, Larian opens a supply pack, counts his remaining ammunition, and hands over more than half of it to Dimitri. Be careful, Dima. There aren't many of us left. Dimitri does not accept the ammunition. He gives Larian a pat on the shoulder and helps him to turn out his collar, which is rumpled under the strap of his weapon. Don't worry about me. You know what I'm made of. Also, I'll remind you of the last time. Call me Sir. Don't set a bad example for the rookies, or they won't learn to show respect. Larian chuckles. Yes, sir. Oh, by the way, I have another mission for you. Just saw the 2 kids wiping their tears. Go cheer them up. After sending his subordinates away, Dimitri drops all pretense of politeness and turns sullenly towards Klukai, who has been standing not far away. Had enough? Is eavesdropping a popular pastime for you, tin cans? I was just waiting for you to finish your conversation. If I overheard anything confidential, it was your fault for not conversing in a more secure environment. Whatever. Considering you did alright in the previous operation, I won't argue with you. Do all 4 of you still have functional night vision? Mine is slightly compromised, but it still works. Just about. Then make some preparations. We're setting off in 5 minutes to explore the cave. Let's see what kind of secret is hidden under in this blaster place. Got it. So, I'm going to quickly take a very short break. So, let me grab myself something to drink. I'll be right back. Also, I'll hit the add button so that happens when I'm not here. Whee! Seems like a perfect timing. The outbreak just ended, and I have just returned. Let's see. I hope that everyone is still enjoying the stream. I know that it can be a little bit dry. I do hope that it's not too boring. Did that do anything? Did that work? Yes, it did. Pretty good. Just told myself, that's late dinner. But again, I do understand it. Let me just drink something, because my voice has been a little bit raspy. At least I think. Sounds to me like that. Which is not great. I tried to put enough emotion into the voices. Or into the reading. But I know that today is not as great as when I did the GFL 1 event last time. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. 10-5. Aha! We're now joining the Elmo. The Elmo cruises along in the night. It's traveling at the same speed, but the vibrations we are experiencing as the vehicle is in motion are putting me on edge. While we are en route to offer height for 4 reinforcements, Lena gets in touch once again, but this time she brings bad news. She has lost contact with Klukai and the others. Losing contact in the contamination zones is common, but nonetheless distressing phenomenon. Bounty hunters whom I have met briefly, convoys or underground brokers with whom I occasionally do business, adventurers who happen to have hitched a ride on the Elmo. I've crossed paths with so many people in the wind and the sand, only to never hear from them ever again. But I've never thought the same would happen with them this time. Fortunately, with Lena's help, Deer and I managed to make contacts, and we agreed on a meeting place. Right now, the Elmo is heading towards the location at full speed. However, the signal reception seems to be deteriorating, and my instinct tells me that this isn't a coincidence. I can't help but regret the sincerity I wanted to demonstrate. The prospect of having Hyde 4-4 join my ranks had been such a relief to me that I forgot the rules within the contamination zone. If I contacted them sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. I can only pray that my naive desire to give them a surprise has not put them in a terrible danger. The Elmo is already traveling at full velocity. I just hope we won't be too late. No. I have faith in her and Hyde 4-4. This time, I'll be the one who comes to you, Klukai. Andros and Klukai are exploring the salt mine cave with the survey corps, while Mechti and Belka are investigating another tunnel. Leader Klukai, is it really okay to send Mechti and Belka down the other tunnel? Although I've installed a new layout of the layout map, it's from many years ago and very much incomplete. This cave is much bigger and structurally complex than indicated in the environmental intelligence that we currently possess. They may usually seem unreliable, but they're still members of Hyde 4-4. Even though we managed to give them the enemy second thoughts about attacking us, it's only a matter of time before they find us here. We must pick up the pace. Alright. Let's hope they'll be safe. Once they turn the corner, the path winds up. Out of thoughtful consideration for Klukai's damaged left eye, Andros positions herself on the left side. She brushes her fingertips lightly on the wall, a small white crystalline substance on the surface of the wall. Salt. This is the first time I've ever been inside a salt mine. It's quite miraculous. The walls show a sign of artificial excavation, but these wave-like grooves and patterns of alternating colors are all the result of natural geological formation. Is there anything special? Indeed. I've only ever seen the skyscrapers in the green zones and the uninhabited deserts in the yellow zones, but here, human development is entirely dependent on nature. I find that fascinating. Humans can be quite stunning at times. It boggles the mind that someone once excavated part of this cave and turned it into a sanatorium. It's most probably just some gimmick for making money. Dmitri hums at Kluka's remark from the forefront of the expedition group. What do you know? Unlike you, carrying out missions and making money don't consume our every waking thought. Second. Also, if it weren't for a sudden stroke of genius under human side, you bunch of tin cans wouldn't even be here. Noticing Luca's irritation, Andres tactfully changes the subject. It's a pity that I was rolled out rather late. I would have loved to see the world before all the collapsed radiation. Leaving 100 or 200 meters underground sounds terribly claustrophobic, and yet it made this place a local attraction. According to an old investigation report, the sanatorium here had been a hub that supported local tourism for a long period of time. Constructors had installed a large amount of pipelines within the cave to transport natural gas. Because of that, this place was warm in all seasons, which attracted a lot of tourists to spend their vacations here. In the tourist photographs, this place was a town with fertile soil, plenty of greenery, highways, and bustling traffic. It seemed like a popular destination. Anders, focus on the mission. Don't get distracted by useless information. Sure. Still, I just can't help but wonder at the fact that there used to be such a lively places in the world. You're Soviet, aren't you, Mr. Dmitri? Do you know anything about this place? No. Oh. I wasn't even born back then, and schools don't teach such pointless stuff. Huh, is that so? I don't think this is pointless, though. It's preservation of history. No matter what this place used to be like, Dmitri gives the thick pipe mounted on the walls a smack. The town is gone, the sanatorium is gone. All that's left are these broken pipes and a pile of scrap metal. Right, enough of this nonsense. Get on with the search. The marked coordinates should be around here. Seeing that Dmitri has no desire to continue the discussion, Andros keeps quiet. The party walks deeper into the cave in silence, with only their footsteps echoing through the space. Huh. The radiation level here... Mr. Dmitri, you and your subordinates had better make sure that your protective suits are properly sealed. What's wrong? The collapsed radiation detectors indicates that there's a sudden spike in the particle concentration in this area. The readings can fluctuate due to the length of the airflow within the cave, but the jump in this area is not normal. The cause could be non-natural. I'm afraid so. Dimitri, this could have something to do with the marked location. Yeah, let's check it out. There's only one path. Whatever it should be directly ahead. You two stay here and stand by. If we are about to go beyond the effective comms range, I'll tell you to move further in. Roger, sir. Dmitri glances at the number shown on the detector screen and pats the two soldiers on the shoulder. Watch yourselves. The party proceeds further into the cave. Fortunately, the tunnel does not lead very deep, and they see the end in less than 10 minutes. What's this? Collapse crystals. Dmitri peers at the cluster of green crystals in the corner about a dozen meters away. They're pretty close to the red zone, but the crystal clusters are still too big, no? You're right. An individual collapsed crystal grown naturally in the yellow zone is usually no larger than 7 cubic centimeters. This crystal is at least 15 cubic centimeters. Andros checks the radiation levels and wind speed again. It appears to have been here for quite a while. It was the spread of internal collapse particles that caused the abnormal radiation levels from within the mine. Due to the lack of airflow in the mine, these particles have accumulated inside, resulting in the abnormal concentration curve. Andros, let's take a closer look. Luka shoots a glance over at Dmitri, who also wants to inspect the crystals from up close. Your protective suit is of an old model and not completely fail-safe. You better stay where you are if you don't want to die. Then make sure you take a good look at it. Right. Luka and Andros walk on. Meanwhile, Andros' voice comes through the level 2 connection. Mr. Dmitri seems to trust us a little now. That's just because he has no other choice. Andres, study this crystal cluster carefully. Collapsed crystals are relatively stable and don't tend to explode, but still, best be careful. Sure. After handing out Andres' task, Kluka redirects her attention to the comms channel. Mehdi, Belka, found anything on your end? Nothing so far. We'll keep going. This tunnel's pretty deep. Ouch. Mehdi, you bumped into me. My night vision is a bit impaired, so bear with it. You walked right into me even though this tunnel is so wide and spacious. There is no accident. Hey, traffic accidents happen even on wide roads, let alone driving in the dark while being exhausted. Right, keep up the search. Contact me if you come across anything out of the ordinary. Kluka has had enough of the bickering and temporarily disconnects from the comms channel. She converses with Andorus through level 2 connection instead. Andorus, anything? Based on the concentration of radiation particles inside this piece of collapsed crystal, it has existed for about half a year. Half a year? You mean such a large crystal formed within the span of just half a year? That's impossible! Indeed. That's why I took a closer look at the surface where the crystal grew. Look at this, leader. Looking at where Andros is pointing, Kluka taps the side of the crystal lightly, and a very thin crack appears between the crystal layer and the layer of rock in the cave. This collapsed crystal didn't form naturally. No, I'm afraid not. Generally speaking, naturally grown crystals have stronger surface adhesion, especially those that grow in rock at the strata, whose shape is affected by the shape of the rock strata itself. While this cluster here, rather than growing naturally, it's more like it was planted here. I believe so. It's quite dark in here, so it may not be very easy to tell, but the rock strata isn't just rock around the crystal. There's some cement mixed in. It's a crude method, but it's more or less effective in strengthening the adhesion. Andorus frowns. Leader, could this have something to do with Paradeus? We've done something so bizarre in this place. It can only be Paradeus. Could this also be some kind of totem, like the strange rocks we found at the settlement? If it were a totem, that's too well hidden. This isn't exactly a suitable place to conduct a ritual, is it? I don't know. They do their rituals in very weird places, as we've seen in previous chapters. So, you know. Maybe. Maybe. In any case, log everything for now and send it over to Lever once the comms are restored. Got it. Hey, what are you two doing? Just squatting there. Other than the conversation you had with your other two teammates, you didn't make a single peep. Should we inform Mr. Dimitri of the situation? Don't reveal anything about Paradeus. After severing the level 2 comms connection, Kluka walks several steps by to Dimitri and directly states the conclusion they have arrived at. The crystals here were artificially planted. Artificially? Yes. Also, if this is what the other survey core sorters found, then I'm afraid the same goes for all the other locations marked on the drawing. Whoever did this must be crazy. Sure will be. I cannot comment on the perpetrator's mental state, but at least this explains the high radiation levels in the area. The unusual symptoms displayed by the elite patients at the settlement and within the ranks of the survey corps definitely have something to do with our crystal planter. Leader, Mr. Dimitri, I've finished logging all the data and sent visual records on the crystal. However, I've discovered something else. There's more. Forgetting all about the danger of the collapse radiation, the impatient Mr. Dimitri ends up striding up to the crystal. Andres points at the rock strata that's been chipped off slightly at the base of the collapsed crystal. Beneath the grey rock, one can just about make out a white metal outer shell wrapped around the bottom of the crystal. White metal, eh? I was just trying to get a more accurate measurement of the size, but once I cut the rock open, I realized there's something even more startling down there. What is it, a Stradit? Seems to be some kind of device, but I doubt it's just for reinforcing the collapsed crystal. Can you dig it out completely? Not at the moment. Its base is very firmly embedded. To keep it intact, we'll need more professional excavation tools. We'll also need a container designed to storing collapsed crystals. It'd be dangerous just to bring it with us considering its size. Forget it. Save all the visual records and coordinates for now. We'll come back later with it with reinforcements. Now let's get back. This is a very important discovery. We must restore external comms ASAP and report our findings. Right. Andres, contact Mehdi and Belka. If they still haven't found anything, tell them to head back. Right, the communicator starts beeping. The moment the line connects, a deafening howl can be heard through the channel. Ah, it smelled like really bad rotten or what? Why else would I run right into this guy? What's happening? Bad news, Big Six Luke. The Boojum we encountered before is hiding in the tunnel. I think it's badly hurt, but that only makes it even more enraged. What? We're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're seriously gonna die this time. Look, if I don't make it back, don't you dare delete this anime that I recorded back at the base. I'm gonna watch it once I get a new frame. Cat the crab, we're coming over right now. Hang on until we get there. Easy for you to say. It's a pretty bad state, but we're no match for it even if it's 2 against 1. If you can't beat it or run, isn't that your forte? Save your strength before we get to you. Focus on pinning it down and don't let it approach the cave entrance. We'll only consider direct confrontation when all of us are there. That's an order. Make sure you comply. Alright, I'll definitely survive long enough for Big Sis Kluge to come to my rescue. Mehdi, pull yourself together now. Kluge terminates a call and looks at Dimitri. The Boojum from before is in the tunnel that Mehdi and Balka are exploring. Andres and I have to go help them out, or they won't last long. It's freaking hilarious having a meeting together, eh? Dimitri barks out a laugh and raises the communicator. This is First Sergeant Dimitri, do you copy? The Boojum we encountered earlier has shown itself again. Remind the boys at the cave to stay safe. All units, prepare for battle. The 2 of you that thought that I ordered to stand by will return to your position in roughly 7 minutes. Once we regroup, we'll head straight for the Boojum's location and engage it. After giving us orders, Dimitri checks out how many rounds he has left in his weapon. You're coming too. Of course. Should I wait for the Boojum to kill the others one by one, then leave the cave entrance to continue to wreak havoc on the local settlements? Don't just stand there. Get a move on. Don't want to be dragging 2 piles of scrap metal out of the way back. How lucky that I can just fucking nuke this thing from orbit. Unless I have to wait and kill multiple targets again. That'd be annoying. Hey, I can just blast it. That's neat. Still gonna set up just in case it survives the first blast, I guess. Carol Horn Chimera. Oh. Well, might as well kill them all then. Stop. The Boojum goes one last time and then gives up the ghost. That is a very... I don't think I've ever heard that saying in English. Its ravaged body slams into the rocky walls and slides down toward the ground. As the corpse shifts, its outer shell peels off and faintly glittering pieces of metal fall from it. They cling crisply as they hit the floor. Weird ass cat moment. Weird ass cat moment. Haha. Neither Kluge. Kluge gestures to Andres, indicating that she should stop speaking. Dimitri walks forward and picks up each of the metal pieces. He says nothing. Instead, he pulls out his combat knife and plunges into the Boojum's soft, exposed innards. With each sawing stroke, he opens a bigger and bigger hole in the Boojum's body, causing a nauseating slime and collapse crystals to ooze out. That's creepy. Is he trying to dismantle the Boojum? You know, like those heroes who kill dragons and eat their inner hearts or something. That's way too gross. Big Kluge, I'm going to watch the perimeter. Let me know if anything comes up. Good heavens, he's reaching in there. He's really going to pull out his heart. Stop narrating for him, Mehdi. Stop standing around with your dicks in your hands and help me already, you two. Dimitri breaks the silence to call his men over, then speaks quickly to them. They help him enlarge the hole on the Bujum's side, and Dimitri half crawls into it. After feeling around for a bit, he emerges, covered in filth, and savagely wipes the ooze of his mask. It's fucking disgusting. I don't think even the abattoir back at home smelled that bad. What were you looking for? Dimitri doesn't directly answer Kluka's question. Instead, he cleans off the items he found inside the Bujum. It's a glass box, roughly the size of the one would use to hold a ring, with small fragmented collapse crystals in it. A ragged cloth is stuck in the box. The part outside the box is unrecognizable. The only part of the fabric which retains its original color is the part near the seams. Looks like a UNC military flag. My guess is the was used to wrap the dog tags in the box, but it's been corroded away. The Bujum's fluid seems to have gotten into the box too. I hope what's inside is okay. Dimitri opens the box and takes out a small chip and miniature military sound recorder. The inadequate seal on the container means that they're covered in collapsed crystals too. He pays it no heed and wipes the recorder down before pressing the play button on it. This is Warrant Officer Nikolai, overall commander of 1364th Platoon of 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the UNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. We received orders from above to form an environmental survey of this region. So it was him. The sound from the recorder is heavily garbled. A complex mix of emotions fills Dimitri's heart as he listens to the voice of his old friend in the recording. I don't have much time. We fell victim to a planned ambush. Our comms, nights, and protective equipment were destroyed. The enemy PMC called Mangi Security and Nitos. Nitos? What? Nitos from Paradeus? Wasn't Paradeus wiped out long ago? Looks like they're still around, and they managed to get new helpers too. Looks like that job Mangi Security had escorting medical shipments was just a cover for them to restock their arms and ammunition. It seems they were already planning to attack us since then. Those bastards were lying in wait all this time. The recorder keeps playing. Nikolai doesn't sound like he's in good shape. His breathing is coming in rapid gasps. Mangi Security, far more complex than they appear on the surface. They're helping Paradeus, planting collapsed crystals and carrying out experiments. We did everything we could to obtain their information. Stored on that chip. We made a simple list. The crystal positions and Mangi Security's defensive layouts. Try to get our troops who could still fight to take it out. Most of us are affected by Elite. Our guys are suffering from sickness. We're almost out of ammo. Probably won't make it out of here. Dimitri's body tenses up from anger. He's silent, but anyone near him would be able to hear his teeth grinding. Leader, Mr. Dimitri doesn't seem well. Be quiet. Keep listening. The recorder keeps playing, but the sound quality keeps getting worse. It seems Nikolai's body is reaching its limit too, because he's coughing non-stop. This is a warning. The purification work is under threat. The final aim of Mangi Security and the Nitos is unclear, so we need to preserve this chip. For that reason, we will fight to our last breath, even if we have to do it with our bare hands. Only by fighting back against the entire world without ever stopping can we take back everything we've lost. I only saw a report. When collapsed epiphytums bloom, nearby carbon-based lifeforms have a high chance of turning into Bujums. I hope it's correct. Wait, did he fucking irradiate themselves and his core? Did he turn his entire fucking soldier core into a Bujum? It might sound ridiculous, but this is the only way. I hope our reinforcements find this. Hope that the news in this chip will make it out. No, it doesn't matter who finds it. Anyone who finds us, please kill us. Please listen to our final words as human beings. We are soldiers of the UNC's Environmental Purification Project Survey Corps. We have never once bowed our heads. Nor will we ever. The recording ends. For a while, the darkened mind is silent. The men from the Survey Corps are well beyond anger at this point. Their eyes are wide and bloodshot. The dolls from 4-4 look at the corpse of the Boojum they killed, and recall the words spoken by the deceased. Nobody can confirm the true origins of the Boojum. Perhaps it was just a monster that cruelly devoured the remains of the previous units. But there is no doubt that in life, it was the toughest thing in this region, a veritable walking fortress. Anders, can you read the chip's contents? It's a standard military issue, but it's serious damage and I'm not sure if I can decrypt what's inside it. Mr. Dimitri, could I take a look at the chip? Dimitri glances at Anders, then takes the chip out of the box and hands it over to her without a word. I can decrypt part of it, but we need a professional for the rest. Also, this chip is write protected, so we can't back up its contents or transmit them. Just show me the parts you can decrypt. Of course, leader. Anders shares the portion of the data which he can decrypt with Kluka via level 2 connection. Are these email logs? Birds of a feather flock together, they say. What did you find? While the embers of rage are still smouldering within Dimitri's eyes, he seems to have calmed down. We found a log of emails exchanged between Mangi Security and a company called Secht FABN. What? It would be easier to think of them as a supplier of the medical products you're using. However, right now, they definitely don't look like ordinary pharmaceutical company. Stop cock-teasing me and get to the point. In order to progress the regional purification work, the UNC has dispatched multiple teams deep into yellow zones to conduct environmental surveys. However, the losses are severe and the data they sent back isn't very ideal. The cause of these casualties haven't been classified under sudden environmental factors, and the cases have been closed, right? Yeah. Well, they were partially caused by human elements like the Villegas organizations like Mangi Security. They're responsible for fewer than 15% of our team's losses. Well, that's the problem. You should probably see for yourself. Klukai asked Anders to project the email logs. After quickly scanning through them, Dimitri's expression suddenly changes. Those people are fucking insane. Yes! After seeing Dimitri cursing out loud, the other two Survey Corps troopers move in to take a look. Wait, so Paradise and Mangi Security are operating in IRS other than this one? I've heard that one of the locations mentioned in these files. One of my buddies who went through boot camp with me was posted there, and then I never heard from him again. This is just part of the email logs. In all likelihood, there's more incriminating evidence of the secret activities in the parts we haven't decrypted yet. Also, while we're not sure how exactly these collapsed crystals are being used, there's one thing we can be sure from these emails. Paradise is conducting human experimentation with collapse radiation, and those collapsed crystals are used to adjust collapse radiation intensity. The test subjects are, for the most part, deceased and brainwashed Unitatis. Or Uniteds? I don't know. Sounds like a big project, and judging by Nikolai's paper, I take it they've buried a ton of them. That's why they needed help from external armed personnel. A security PMC that's usually operating in the green zones would draw a lot of attention if they sent people into the yellow zones over a long period of time. But if they were transporting goods or escorting research personnel on expeditions to gather samples, that would be the perfect cover. There's no way the UNC wouldn't have noticed personnel movements on that scale. I'm pretty sure they have people in the UNC, and they have control over their policy to some extent. I need to get this info and the evidence to my superiors and let them handle this. Every day these fuckers draw breath is another day the world is in chaos. And I won't let the deaths of our comrades be in vain either. This chip has very strong write protection and has a self-destruct program built into it, which will trigger it if it's duplicated, among other things. Right now, all we can do is physically get the chip out of here. Yeah, I know. In any case, we'll be meeting up with our guys at the main entrance. We need to head out ASAP. Anders hands Dimitri the chip. Dimitri returns it to the glass case with utmost respect. He looks at the Boojum's body one last time without saying anything. Then he leaves without looking back. Now that's a wild-ass plan. Essentially, what I read out of that is that they have used collapse epiphyllums to turn themselves into a Boojum so that the chip survives and does not get captured or destroyed by manga security. Which is a plan, I have to admit. If it's a good or bad plan, I can't judge, but it's a plan. Also, I don't know if I can get through all of this today. I might have to come back to this on another day. 2 hours ago. Ma'am, we've transferred the activation permissions for the collapsed crystal catalyzers. Right. Blue Sphere studies the screen before it coldly, then begins entering a series of commands. All the catalyzers are warming up. Wait, are you seriously going to do that? Yes, I have discretionary control over the activation, the number of activations, and when they will be activated. But it's too dangerous. Given the number of crystals in the region, the radiation density is going to exceed 10,000 Vibrians. Those are black zone levels. Our top priority is to recover the item and eliminate any witnesses. If we cannot recover the chip and eliminate the server core and fall by the time the deadline is reached, then this will be our failsafe plan. Blue Sphere's response to the manga security officer is cold and aloof, as though this simple, savage, and insane plan is one that is reserved for when there's absolutely no other choice. However, that is not the case. She silently studies the file in Neural Clouds. It was written a long time ago, even before the very first catalyzer was installed. Its title is the Poe Plan, named after the first picture humanity took of darkness. And now, this darkness from the depths of space is about to descend upon the world. A radiation spike like that will draw the attention of the Oversight Department. We might be in danger too! Then make sure to succeed so there is no need to activate the failsafe. You talk like it's so easy. I believe Aphelion should have told you that I am in command of this operation. If you will not obey orders, then I will have to Then I will have you replaced by someone who will. The plan will not be meaningfully impacted by the loss of one person. Also, your previous misjudgment led us to missing the best opportunity to wipe out the Survey Core detachment in one fell swoop. You were also unable to recover the object beforehand during your previous encounters with the Boojum. That Boojum moves fast and has a wide range. We've pursued it for nearly 300 kilometers. The manga security officer feels a twinge of pain in his head as he thinks about the 2+ weeks he and his men have spent chasing the Boojum. It's as though the thing was intelligent, intentionally avoiding its forces and circling around them, but then it also destroyed everything it saw like a mindless beast. We also split off our forces to dismantle the base stations and eliminate any Jägers and bounty hunters we found, and then we also encountered the Survey Corps reinforcements after that. They had a good commander with them. He could have taken us out. It doesn't matter. FABN will not tolerate mistakes, or the people who make them. Why you? Pardon me. After realizing how dangerous his position is, the manga security officer gives up on trying to defend himself. Have you found the targets yet? The Survey Corps and 4-4 hiding in the disused salt mine. According to the reports from the team sent to pursue the Boojum, the wounded creature is probably hiding there too. If we can lock the area down, we can trap them in there and take them all out at once. How long will that take? 3 days at least. The interior of the Jahotman mine is quite large, and we haven't surveyed it again after planting the collapse crystals there, so we don't know the interior layout well. Also, they could be anywhere inside there. We'll need time to find and kill them. That's too slow. Once the UNC Survey Corps reinforcements arrive, you will cease operations and leave ASAP. When that happens, this place will become a dead zone that even they won't be able to enter. By eliminating them, we will have more time to recover the mission objective. Are you really going to use that plan? I might not have to. Tell me, if they were gathered up and I could find the location, how long would it take for you to deal with them? Given the difference in our numbers and equipment, it would only take half a day. The Survey Corps was fairly under strength to begin with, and that Boojum is already heavily wounded. If we can find it, we can kill it quickly. The problem is those 4 dolls. We have eliminated the Survey Corps already during that battle if it wasn't for them. I will take care of those dolls. Focus on dealing with the Survey Corps and the Boojum. That works for me. How are you going to deal with those dolls? I have my ways. Secure the salt mine and surroundings before I arrive. Every exit must be watched. Unless they attempt to escape, you are not to engage with them without orders from me. Understood. Also, have you found the Service Corps member who split off from the main body? Pretty much. Pretty much. I believe I already told you to get rid of them before I arrive. Blissfear isn't angry, but a coldness in the voice is more terrifying than mere anger. We found them all. It's just there's one more squad that we haven't eliminated yet. Send my guys over. Good. Pick up the pace. Blissfear hangs up, and then she picks up a call from Cocoon. Are you there yet? I'll reach there in another hour and a half. Good. I want to confirm something with you. The URNC reinforcements will arrive in a day's time. Will you make it in time? At the moment, yes. However, I need to activate the Jihad Mine's catalyzers. As for the other catalyzers, that will depend on the outcome of this operation. That's fine. The sword is in your hands, Lucifer. How to swing it is up to you. However... Cocoon pauses for a moment and her voice grows cold. If a gladiator does not win, she will incur the wrath of her sponsors. Also, don't forget that we've received explicit instructions. The evidence must be recovered for the mission to be considered complete. Just eliminating the personnel is nowhere near enough. Understood. In that case, all the best in your mission, Lucifer. I look forward to your triumphant return. This event is a long one. Dimitri and 4-4 return to the mine entrance, where he shares what he's found with the other men. After hearing what happened to the deceased and about Mangi Security's arrangement with Paradeus, just about everyone present is filled with anger. We can't die here. Yep. Right now, all of us have critical information. This information was won by the sweat and toil of our brothers, and they gave their lives to bring it to us. So we have to make sure we carry their voices out of this godforsaken place. And the people who killed them, who are harming this world even now, must be punished for what they've done. Damn straight, we'll show them. That's right, just give the word, Sarge. What do we do now? Listen up. Our upcoming operation is codenamed Smoke Signal. After this, we'll be breaking up into groups, then scattering. I've sent the details to your terminals. Proceed along the indicated routes. If just one of us gets out of here or finds a usable base station, we win. Don't worry about the people behind you. The path ahead will be much harder. Yes, Sergeant. I am proud to have served with men like you. Remember, everyone, achieve your mission with all your might. Despair not till your last breath. Don't let go of your lives or your beliefs. Yes, Sergeant. The men are fired up by Dimitri's speech and eagerly begin gearing up. Meanwhile, Dimitri heads over to 4-4. For once, he doesn't look annoyed or disdainful. Instead, he hands the box containing the chip and the recorder to Klukai. Take care of this, 4-4. I'll arrange for my best guys to go with you. You want us to hold on to this? Yeah. Right now, the Service Corps is low on men and ammo. We won't be able to take on those Mangi bastards on a straight fight. We'll need to find some way to ambush or surprise them. That's why I think giving the chip and recorder to you is the best course of action. Klukai hesitates for a moment, then accepts the box. Understood. The space is heavily radiated, and the collapse storm could occur at any time. Plus, those fuckers are bound to launch an attack, so... If, and I'm saying if, Dimitri lowers his voice. If the guys with you get hurt or killed, or if they stay behind cover to cover your escape, don't worry too much about them. Get the chip out of here. That's your top priority. You mean you're not going with us, Mr. Dimitri? Me? Hell no. Can't lead my boys to victory, right? I mean, there's no point in the boss being on the battlefield if he doesn't do shit. But you have no chance of winning. Look, you didn't have to be so... Dimitri doesn't flare up like usual upon hearing Kluka's flat denial. Instead, he laughs. Like I said, you tin cans don't know shit. You think humans are dumbasses that only listen to what they want to hear? What do you mean? All of us here, down to the Salagas who just enlisted, we all know the odds of making it alive are slim. Hell, even if the reinforcements from the Service Corps show up right now, we won't be able to contact them to get help either. I'm pretty damn sure those mangy cunts are jamming our signals, and nobody knows how many of the boys who went out to set up base stations are still alive either. So yeah, rather than hope we find a base station or that we can make it out into the open to contact the brass, I'd rather place my bets on your team while we do our best to ease the pressure. If you make it out, it'll be worth it. If we survive, that's the cherry on top. Remember, if you get the chip out, we win. But you're finally going to... if you're really going to die, you know? It's not like with dolls. Shit, you think we don't want to live? But you know what? When the time comes, we'll make our deaths count. None of us are going to back down from that. The important thing is that when we die, it won't be a joke those fuckers will share our tea and biscuits. Oh, what the hell are you grinding your gears about? I guess tin cans will be tin cans after all. Not like it do you any good to understand it anyway. Just follow your orders and get the chip out. Don't worry about what happened to us. Got it. After seeing Klukai put the box away, Dimitri nods in satisfaction and heads back to his men. Listen up, we move out in half an hour. Failure is not an option for this mission. Got that? Yes, Sergeant. As the soldiers shout their assents, a deafening alarm fills the air and every man's collapse radiation detector glows in an ominous red light. Radiation levels are rising rapidly. What the fuck is it now? Everyone, check the seals on your suits. Given the moment of movement of the collapse particles, over 90% of them are coming from inside the mine. Dimitri, you need to get out of here now. Yeah. Now hear this Operation Smoke. Now hear this. Operation Smoke Signal begins now. All groups, move as planned. Keep the regional comms clear, and once you leave the comms range, group leaders are in charge. Yes, Sergeant. 4-4, as a core team, you leave within 10 minutes. Make sure you keep the chip safe, 4-4. Well, of course we will. However, just as everyone finishes their gear checks and prepares to leave, shadows in the night pour in and surround them. The twisted bodies and savage maws are made even more fearsome by the encirclement. But where did all these units come from? They were probably drawn here by the high levels of collapse radiation. Dimitri, take your men and pull back so you can support us. 4-4, prepare for battle and get ready to intercept these units. Alarm noises. Swoop. Gotta wish nothing bad will happen. Well, I already know that something bad will happen. This is Cultural Line we're talking about. The question is, how bad will it be? Far from the Survey Corps put up a valiant resistance, but in the end they are forced to beat a fighting retreat into the depths of the mine. Thanks to 4-4 supporting fire, the Elites in the mine tunnels are temporarily cleared away, but they can still hear the howling of Elite hordes some distance away. They take advantage of this brief respite to rest and reload. Is this an Elite factory or something? The spawn rate is way too high. They just keep coming, big and small, in the continuous wave. My guess is the nearby Elites were all drawn in. We may have cleared out the ones around here, but judging by the audio signatures, there were many Elites near the mine entrance, so we can't escape that way. But if you continue staying here, we'll have to contend with the rising radiation levels inside the mine tunnels. What's the collapse particle situation like? The spread rate is influenced by the winds, and it's continuing at its original rate. The strange thing is, the radiation intensity isn't dropping with spread distance, which means the total amount of radiation is increasing. Increasing? No way, the collapse particles generating themselves or something. Leader Klukai. Andres does not use her vocalizer modules for this. Instead, she requests communication with Klukai on level 2. She looks worriedly at the nearby soldiers from the survey call. They've lost even more people during the fighting just now. After realizing what Andros has in mind, Kluge switches to level 2 comms as well. What's wrong? Their protective suits have been comprised during the fighting just now, and we don't have enough material to patch or replace any breaches in the seals. If the radiation intensity keeps going up, they might have a hard time going on. Got it. How much longer till radiation intensity reaches critical values? If the curves for spread and rate and intensity uptick remains constant, about 2 hours. Take 2 of them and keep watch nearby. Get as much information on the surrounding conditions as possible and thin out the number of elites nearby. Will do. After ending the transmission, Kluge heads over to the survey corps troopers. Most of them are hurt. The blood and the mud from the journey have mixed and dulled to a dark brown which stains their ragged protective suits. Dimitri, who stands at the head, has just finished encouraging his men. He is sitting against the rock wall, and the soldiers he spoke to earlier are gone. Dimitri, you... Everyone who's still alive is fine. Everyone who's dead won't have any more problems. The radiation levels are rising. We can't stay here for long. I know that. Give my brother some time to catch the breath. He pauses and his gaze settles on the radiation sensor on Kluge is holding. How much time do we have left? 2 hours. Right, 2 hours. Dimitri falls silent. He looks at his men sitting in a group, and he seems to be thinking about something. Perhaps he's running low on stamina, but his clenched fist is trembling slightly. However, he's doing his best to keep his face calm and steady. Suddenly there's a violent shaking. Salt particles from the rock wall scatter like powdery snow. Dimitri stops talking and springs to his feet from where he's leaning against the tunnel wall. Was that an earthquake? Not far away, Andres, who's been assigned to sentry duty, runs back while trying to keep a balance. Leader Kluge, there was an explosion. An explosion? What happened? I'm not sure of the exact reason, but part of those pipes in the walls, the ones built to supply the sanatorium with natural gas, appear to have ruptured. It's very likely that the pipes in other areas contained compressed gas that wasn't cleared. The leaders broke the pipes, causing the gas leak, which has led to an explosion. A gas leak? A single explosion couldn't have created an impact like that. True. Perhaps they will make multiple explosions at once. We'll need to investigate the blast site to learn the exact reason. Never rains, but it damn well pours, doesn't it? Andros approaches the 2 of them and glances at a sensor. Well, it's not entirely bad, Mr. Dimitri. Do you even know what the situation is right now? I'm not in the mood for jokes. This is no joke. Andros projects the data from a sensor. The wind speed within the tunnel has slowed down, possibly because the explosion triggered a collapse inside them. As a result, the collapse particle's rate of spread has slowed considerably. This way we'll have more time to clear the elites before we leave. Of course, we'll need to think of a way to patch up the suits first. The truth is, I was just thinking, the sanatorium inside the Jahoda salt mines must have been a flourishing one. In addition, pioneers and settlers were active in this region. Perhaps there were some supplies left behind. Dimitri realizes what he was wrong about Andorus and licks his lower lip awkwardly before clearing his throat. You're right. What I mean to say is, you daughter are always able to analyze things so clearly regardless of the current situation. Well, that's because we're machines that can only run on algorithms, after all. Dimitri sighs in relief after hearing the good news. He scratches his head in embarrassment and spirits seem to have lifted a little. So, next up, we should go investigate what's going on in the tunnels and come up with the next step of the plan while looking for usable supplies. That's right. However, the radiation levels in the tunnels are still very high, and certain regions might exceed your suit's tolerances. In contrast, while we don't face a certain degree of risk from high radiation levels, we can still move freely until the radiation level intensity reaches 10,000 rebians. Kluge doesn't directly state the desired conclusion, but Dimitri looks away and lowers his voice. We'll stay here. You can handle the south thing. The elites in the tunnels haven't been cleared yet. Should have stationed a door here to help you out. Hey, Greek. That's Michael Jackson looking... I ain't no fox. What do you mean, Michael Jackson? I am a wolf, okay? Remember that. Nah, it's only suits which are damaged. Besides, we got our guns and our bayonets. We can hold that for a bit. Alright. Andres, contact Belka and Mehdi. Get them together up. We'll be exploring the tunnels. I mean, roughly as pale. Rude? Question mark? I mean, I am pale, that's correct, but... Eh.
Yeah,
Ball for leaves. Dimitri rubs his forehead and glances over at the surviving men, who are huddled together and discussing something quietly. There's barely concealed worry and fear in their eyes. Chins up, lads. Would be a disgrace if we humans gave up before dolls, yeah? We need to live for the sake of our fallen brother. Their families are waiting for news, and we need to take care of them too. Such. Actually, we... Hey, hold on a minute! Look, guys, the signal! It's a signal! The trooper holding his terminal is so delighted that his voice is trembling, and he's on the verge of tears. He eagerly points to the monitor on his communicator. I was just thinking, maybe we could go check. The guys who went to set up the base stations might still be alive, so... We're saved. We're saved, aren't we? The troopers seem to have derived nearly... the troopers seem to have been driven nearly mad by the possibility of survival. They all crowd around, seemingly forgetting that they have terminals of their own. No, it's not right. This signal isn't on a line, is it? Who the fuck cares? If there's a signal, it means we can contact the outside world. Didn't Sarge say that the backup would be arriving soon? I don't know, man. Once we meet up with them, we won't need to fear Mangi, or Paradeus or whatever. Calm down. This might be an enemy trap. Will be revealed if we respond and establish a two-way communication link. Can't just give up on that, right? I haven't seen my boy in half a year, Sarge. Just as Dimitri is torn between what to do next, the terminal which received the signal picks up an unfamiliar comms request. 5 seconds pass, but the request to pick up is still going. The monotonous dial tone echoes in the cavern, while the communicator's terminal notification keeps flashing. After thinking for a moment, Dimitri passes a few buttons on the terminal and silently shares the transmission with 4-4 through the regional comms frequency. After that, he hits the accept button. The communication link is successfully established, and an inorganic voice speaks over the line. Greetings, First Sergeant Dimitri. Who's this? Dimitri hears a beep, indicating that the transmission has been successfully shared with 4-4. I am the Dawn in command of the Mangi Security Forces Detachment. You may address me as Blue Sphere. Dimitri's face twists into savagery as he hears the other person identify herself. He takes a deep breath, trying to speak as calmly as possible. What the hell do you want? I would like to request your surrender. Words in Russian that I can't read, apart from Suka. I believe you should calm yourself, First Sergeant Dimitri. Arguing will only waste time, which is something you do not have. In addition, Blue Sphere pauses for a moment. The network you are currently using is under my control. Your communicators are severely restricted and only effective within a limited range. I have just detected an attempt to jam this transmission and intercepted an attempt from 4-4 to call for help. I trust this will be the last time you attempt such actions. Isn't that right, First Sergeant Dimitri, who has shared this call with 4-4 on the doll imprinted with the 416 firearm who attempted to call for help? Unless, of course, you want the radiation level to rise more quickly. So all that was your doing. I'd hoped to deal with you in a more simple manner. That was merely because I had no other choice. In truth, the actions you took has exceeded my expectations and caused no small amount of disruption to the progress of my mission. Therefore, I was hoping we could make things easier for all of us. Easier? Who the fuck do you think you're kidding? You better hide and pray I don't find your worthless ass. A head-on encounter is the worst-case scenario, which your slay needs to avoid at all cost. If things come to that, I am absolutely certain I can eliminate all of you. The entrances to the mines have also been demolished. We have nowhere to run. You blew them up. Given the circumstances, that would only serve to waste ammunition supplies. Like I said, I would like the situation to be resolved quickly and expediently. Yet, you are constantly creating new complications for me. I dislike the unexpected, and so do my employers. Get to the fucking point of stop schlicking to the sound of your own voice. I honestly really fucking love the translation of this game. Because, there's very, very rarely a game where things are this rude, this direct, and this realistic. A military man won't stop swearing because he's being recorded. He'll fucking swear like a fucking sailor. I believe I've made my objective very clear. I will repeat myself. I would like you to surrender. The tracer we planted on the Boojum has been destroyed. Since you are still alive, I take it you have already killed it. Still, that is not important. I want what you have. If you hand over the chip and the recording device, you may state your terms. Fuck off and dream of electric sheep. Well, that's a colourful reference. I've got the evidence of all your crimes right here, like I'm going to hand it over to you. Dimitri, former warrant officer of the NSU Armed Forces. In 2064, when General Carter's NSU's hardliners lost power, as a member of those hardliners, you were transferred to the Southwestern Military District. Please to confirm to... what? What? What's a higher Verta? In 2067, you were transferred to the Purification Zone, so-and-so, and the part of the 775th Railway Defense Forces. In 2068, you were demoted to First Sergeant for retaining confiscated property without permission. What are you getting at? I have briefly summarized your background. You're a much more intelligent man in contrast to your comrade Nikolai. If you agree to my request, I can spare you, and I can guarantee you the survival of your men. While your communications and your personal freedom will be curtailed to some extent, it's preferable to death. That's traditionally. Humans only have one life. I hope you will cherish yours. The hand Dimitri is holding the terminal with trembles. Please give me an answer within 10 minutes. The same applies to Height 4-4. Death is not a concern for us. Your terms are invalid. We are willing to compensate you handsomely if you will amend the terms of your commission. To my knowledge, while you are unregistered dolls affiliated with the Nomfa, you are fundamentally mercenaries who work for money. My employer can match your client's price, provided you surrender to us and accept the deletion of your neurocloud logs that is corresponding to this time period. Please can give me a concrete answer. A reply in the affirmative will constitute the acceptance of our operation. Even though you are only second-generation dolls, you are still dolls, and as such you should not be swayed by your emotions. I hope you will make an accurate assessment of the facts and make the logical choice. Your intelligence is not accurate. What? Rules and regulations for Height 4-4 members' commissions. Article 1. Unless a commission is cancelled or the client violates the terms of the commission, no mission in progress may be aborted under any circumstances. Rules are made to be followed, nobody can break them. This includes me as squad leader. And besides... Luca pauses for a moment. Her tone becomes more forceful. As an elite doll, I am sick and tired of listening to a tin can like you who only knows how to follow orders. Please we clearly did not expect this response from Klukai, because the channel goes silent. Good! To be fair, that is a very funny response. God damn, it's the first time I've actually been happy to hear something from a doll. Now then, Bliadboth or whatever the fuck your name is, listen up. You're right, we only have one life, but now we will live it and we will... But how we live and where we live it is up to us. So if you want my life, you can come and take it. But here's the thing, you can't do that right now, can you? I have the fullest confidence of doing so. If you do, then why blow the mine entrance? Why wouldn't sending your bully boys in to take us out be easier? The way I see it, there are only a couple of reasons why you do things that way. 1. You don't actually have that much in the way of firepower, and you don't have that much control of the collapse particles, which means everything you just said was a bluff. 2. You're stalling for time because you're too far out from our little cave, or perhaps you're waiting for the right moment or something. And as I recall, those mangy mutts of yours didn't have any tin cans with them when we fought them earlier. And you want to bluff out an empty hand with me. Okay, I don't know what that means. I was hustling when you were still a fucking screw in the toolbox, Suka. What a shame, First Sergeant Dimitri. I was under the impression that you were an intelligent man. Still, I look forward to meeting you later. The transmission ends, and the signal cuts off shortly after. In a vehicle, Bluesphere checks the call duration. Have you found them? Yes, I've got the rough location locked down. Reallocate your men and focus your firepower. Do not move your sentries from each mine entrance. This includes the ones which have already been blasted shut. The particles within the collapsed crystals inside the tunnel complex have already been fully released. Since the radiation intensity won't go up too much anymore anytime soon, don't you think they'll try to reposition if they get the chance? Their remaining supplies will not allow them to attempt the large movements. The healers remaining in the tunnels will constitute a major threat to them. I'll arrive in about 1 hour. Do not make any mistakes until then. Understood. And then the winged hussars arrived. Yeah. Thorthor heads over to the entrance they used to enter the mine. As expected, it's been blasted shut. Big sis. I tried clearing the rocks away, but there are too many of them and they're too big. I don't think we can get rid of them. Andres, can you use a big gun to clear the path? Andres doesn't respond eagerly to Klukai as she usually does. However, she doesn't seem to have a blue screen either. Clearly, she's distracted by something. Andres. It's something the matter, Leader Klukai. Did you notice something? If you're having trouble processing it, you can transfer the information and your progress to me. No, I just feel a little uneasy. It's about the transmission just now, as well as the condition of the survey core troopers. They'll be fine for now. As for Bluesphere, she just said that she'd much rather take the chip and record it directly. So we need to investigate our surroundings, replenish the supplies, and come up with a plan to hold her off and counterattack. Straining frogs. Wild. I was right. We don't know how strong she is, but Thorthor needs to be ready to fight her. No, I mean, I'm worried about the effect Bluesphere's words might have on the troopers. Effects? Are you talking about Bluesphere's terms? Dimitri and I have already rejected them. We will not be cooperating with them under any circumstances. We got 1 pull past 8 minutes maximum. Nice! Second half of fight is frogs, lots of frogs. Honestly, she's making a good point, because while the command might reject the terms, that doesn't mean that the average soldier will. I understand, but leader, I've met a lot of humans in the Green Zones, and humans aren't like us. I believe Mr. Dimitri and I believe in Mr. Dimitri, and I believe that the troopers have wept and bled for their fallen friends. But everyone has their weak sides, and if they feel uneasy about this, it might spread. I don't know what Bluesphere's aim is, but for the troopers, the terms she stated while trying to negotiate with us must have felt like a lifeline thrown out to a drowning man in a storm. He's got a point. They were always trying to take the easy way out of it before this, and now that an alternative has shown itself, a single person giving into the weakness might lead to everyone turning traitors. Nice, you're right. Yes, second fever is even faster than normal, and front back cleaves are harder to mix. Neat. We should be careful to mix this Klukai. We'll truly be finished if they pretend to be putting up a fight, while they're secretly working with Bluesphere. Mehdi picks up the moment to yawn, to the point of tears beating up in the corners of her eyes, but then she reaches up to rub them clean. How can you even be sleepy all the time like this? But I'm tired. This mission's so tiring. Don't worry about that for now. We have the chip and the recorder, so no matter what the survey core decides to do, it won't affect our current mission. Kluka looks around. Berka, set him an alarm here in case Monkey tries to saw through here. Don't use a network alarm. The moment it picks up motion, have it make as much noise as possible. We'll keep exploring the area. Considering what Bluesphere just said just now, they're going to move in soon. All we can do until then is learn as much about the tunnels as we can. Thorthor searches around the location of the mine sanatorium, while keeping track of the time and their distance from the survey core. They check in with them at regular intervals to share what they've learned. We've been searching for almost 2 hours, right? It's pretty much nothing here. I figured they went around clearing out all the assets in the sanatorium when they went bankrupt, so everything useful and valuable was probably taken away long ago. Looks like all that effort was for nothing. It wasn't entirely fruitless. Andres pats a pipe beside her. These pipes still have some natural gas in them. It sells for a lot for in the white zone. What's it even used for anyway? Are we going to have the survey called guys take a hot bath? Yes. Mehdi is still sleeper people. And besides, according to the census, there's only a little left inside. The main storage tanks have already been emptied out, so if we try to sell this data to the white zone gas companies, they'll probably turn their noses up at us. But we're actually really lucky, aren't we? Natural gas is explosive, right? And these pipes are so old, they should be pretty leaky too, right? But they're all fine, even after we fought the Boojum and those elites and all. Honestly, these humans are such morons. Everything was running fine, but they didn't even bother to check the pipes before they left. Now there's all that dangerous gas in there. You just have to sniff to tell that there aren't any leaks. That's not necessarily true. Natural gas is only a smell when an odorant is added to it. It's colorless and odorless in of itself. Nowadays they don't use natural gas in yellow zones, so most people and dolls don't have anything to detect it with it. That makes it fairly dangerous. Fun fact, that is true. Any flammable gas that you might encounter in normal human life is, in fact, entirely odorless. They artificially add an odoring agent to it so that you will detect it if there's a leak. Still, you don't have to worry. Natural gas only becomes explosive once it reaches a certain concentration. Considering the size of this place and the amount of stored gas, there's pretty much no chance of an explosion. Except cow shit. Huh? Really? Andres should be calling you Andres Pedia or something. Oh yeah, maybe the Great Library of Andres, like in those Isekai series. Green Zone satellite cities make heavy use of natural gas, so the handbooks for cafeteria employees have detailed rules and regulations for working with gas. That's how I knew. Okay, and how is that gonna help? Right, so that's enough talk about trivia that's irrelevant to the mission. Everyone, stay alert and carry on. Okay. Upon reaching a fork in the road, Andres suddenly comes to a halt. Hang on, leader. I found something. What is it? I've been monitoring collapse radiation intensity all this time, and the levels in this area are lower than in other places. Could it be that collapse particles haven't spread here yet? Andres, run a simulation collapse particle spread rate with the wind speed factored in, at 5-minute intervals. Will do, leader. Leader, I have the results. Particle density is here fairly low, while the velocity is quite high, and they're all moving in a similar direction. Found it at last. Huh? What did you find? An exit. If the particles are moving fast, there must be wind. And since wind doesn't occur naturally in a mine, there must be some opening to the outside nearby that's letting it in. Oh, I see. Hey, you must have learned this from an anime or something. I'll go find the extra right now. Just wait for the good news because there's Klukai. With that, Belka runs off in the passage to the left. We didn't even tell her which way the wind was coming from. Don't worry, Belka just happens to be going the right way. The words listen to instructions have never managed to take root in that head of hers. Is G28 as adorable and to an extent. She has become even more of a syscon, which is, at this point, a little bit annoying, but apart from that, yeah. Or do you mean G11? Syscon, yeah. You know, G28's being the sister of 416, because G28 is merely a HK 417. Kluka shakes her head and continues to the left of the hand passage. Andres, head back to the previous fork and relay what you learned to the server call. Then meet up with us when you're done. Mehdi, pick up the pace. And you catch up to Belka. 241? Not... What? No.
あの子一人じゃ危険すぎるわ。
Ecco, allora dirti, it'll be dangerous if she's alone. What? What? What?
了解。
I don't know what Ritsu is on right now. Also, hi Lizu. Welcome. What?
訓練の成果ね。
Trivializing the mission with the most overpowered unit in the game. Yet again. Meow.
降参するなら今のうちよ。
Where's he saying Johnny?
どうってことないわ。
What? Who's saying whose name? What? Oh, you mean Andores? Who let her have a bike? Yes. I too want a bike. Especially with a rocket launcher on it. It's also a two-seater.
降参するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。思いつきよ。引っ張らないでよ。作戦を遂行。
Just a classic like a chair. Berka runs so fast, she's gone in the blink of an eye. Some dark inside, she's got some guts. Stop talking nonsense and keep up. Thanks for saving me, big sis. There were so many idiots in here that I thought I'd never see you again. If you run off by yourself again, you can save yourself. But I just wanted to help you, big sis. What? It's my fault now. The situation is now as dangerous. Any mistakes could be fatal for all of us. I won't do it again. I'm sorry, big sis. Forgive me, please. After seeing that Belka seems sufficiently contrite, Kluka decides to drop the subject. A short distance away, Andres is running toward the group after passing on the findings to the server call. Andres, any changes in the wind speed? Yes, I've been monitoring the wind speed data. The further we go, the higher it gets, so I'm confident we'll find the exit soon. Good, keep going. At last, 4-4 reaches the end of the mine tunnel. What the heck is this? No way. The tunnel entrance before them has almost been blocked off by rocks, but a wooden beam has fallen to deflect the fallen stones in such a way that there's an irregular hole roughly 30 centimeters wide on the lower left side of the entrance. There's no light coming in through the hole, probably because it's quite a distance to the outside, but they can hear the cold night wind of the yellow zone blowing through it. Oh, there's no way anyone's getting through that. Not even a midget like Mechti could do it. Andres, scan the thickness of the surrounding rocks. Assess the loading of the surrounding rocks and support beams, and see if your beacon can punch through them. Understood. Andres performs some quick measurements. Leader, I estimate I should be able to enlarge the hole to around 50 centimeters or 1 meter wide. That'll do. Also, given the crystallization of these surrounding rocks, the collapse was not caused by the demolition just now, but by something that took place a long time ago. Let's see. Luca looks down and thinks. That means there's a high chance that this place is a blind spot in Mangi Security's defense layout. If you can make this breach 1 meter wide, it'll allow us and the server core to escape through it. This probably isn't the right time for it, but my backup battery only has enough charge for just barely started that big gun. It's definitely not enough for an attack, not even one. That thing goes way too much power, like, it's eaten up almost half of my charge on this one mission so far. It must have been hard on you, Mechti. Well, I'm not exactly complaining about it here, but I do need to get Deer to improve its efficiency a little. You need to meet with him first in order to do that. Andres, head back to the fork and update them. Everyone else, stand by.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Oh, I don't think I'll be able to do it today, but we'll see. We'll see how far I get. I really want to finish the event today, but man, there's still so much to do. After contacting the survey call, Andros tells Dimitri about the hole they found in Fallen 4's lack of power. Instead of using the same victory fanfare as GFL 1. It's using a... It's not the event. This is generally the one that this game uses. It's not the same, it's a variation of it. Or a new version of it. After contacting the survey call, Andros tells Dimitri about the hole... Okay, yes. Following Dimitri's orders, 4-4 returns to the mine tunnel where the survey call are. Huh? Are we giving up on that hole? We've checked all the other tunnels. That might be the only way out. But we don't have enough power to widen it. Even without the big gun, we can probably dig it out by hand, right? It beats just giving up and waiting for death, right? We don't have the luxury of doing that. Manga Security and Blue Sphere might attack at any time. Based on the transmission, we don't have much longer left. In addition, we don't have any tools we can use. Digging by hand isn't a realistic option either. But wouldn't it be better to have someone watch over it? What if Mangi sends someone through it? We've installed proximity sensors on every tunnel entrance we could find, so we don't have to post sentries. Rather than waste time and effort on the hole, we should meet up with the survey corps and come up with another plan. Okay? I'm a little worried about the stuff we discussed earlier. I know Mr. Dimitri asked us to take the chip and recorder while I stayed behind to cover our retreat, and you, Mr. Dimitri, basically came to the same conclusion just now. But I can tell that he's still hiding something. I'll keep an eye on the chip and recorder. The rest of you should stay alert. If they do turn on us, fall back to the regions with higher particle density. Their suit are damaged and they're probably low on ammo. There's no way 4-4 could lose to people like that. The other 3 dolls nod. Now, keep quiet. We're almost there. 4-4 returns to the tunnel where the survey car is waiting, and they discover the troopers sitting around a patch of empty grounds, quietly discussing something. Larian, you see this position? After this, take you guys and break through. Ignore everything else. I'll do my best to keep the fighting focused in the other direction. You think it'll work? Depends on our luck. All we can do is take our chance. I hope things don't get bad enough that we actually have to do it. Got it. Once we're done, we'll head back ASAP to support you. Yeah. After handing all the assignments, Dimitri looks up to see 4-4 and signals to them to come over. What are you doing? Lucas studies the patch of empty ground. It's covered with salt from the tunnels. There's a simple map and various symbols drawn on it. The upper left part of the map has been circled for emphasis. It's not something you Tin Cans would understand. This is a defense plan. We use the environmental data you sent back to make a rough sketch of the surrounding terrain. With it, this way, we can set up ambushes around the areas with lower radiation density and ambush most magnetic security guys. We weren't just sitting on our asses while you guys were out. Dimitri taps the circle part of the map and writes an F here. Kluka looks at the map. Wait, are you going to fight Manga Security head-on? Damn straight. We're going to teach them a lesson. Our remaining supplies cannot support an assault like this. We'll be going up against Manga Security and Blue Sphere, whose fighting power is unknown. This plan is foolish and I do not approve of it. Wasn't asking for your approval. Weren't exactly expecting 4-4 to fight anyway. During this time, head back to that hole you found and escape through there. You'd also have a neurocloud cause something, right? That ought to count as evidence too, right? So be careful on the way out. You can lose as many arms and legs as you want, but don't damage those brains of yours. We won't have the firepower to widen that hole. Even if you can hold off Mangi to buy us time to retreat, it's still unworkable. No, it's not. Natural gas in the pipes. After hearing Kluka's answer, the Survey Corps troopers laugh. Sad was right. He even managed to get the response down perfectly. Told you, right? She's a total stick in the mud. There's no way she could have come up with a plan like that. You see now? Don't rely too much on the machine's processing. In the end, the human brain is more useful. Good thing I didn't bet on that with you, Sarge. Otherwise, I'd have lost the last crate of vodka on my bed when we get back. Hey, what are these guys talking about? Are they making fun of Big Sis? I guess they are. Although she is kind of a stick in the mud. Andres, stand back. I'm sure Big Sis will get mad if they keep making fun of her another minute. No, not 30 seconds. Fighting is bad. As they see Kluka's face turning more and more grim, the Cervical troopers manage to settle themselves down in time. Had enough fun. Would you mind telling me about the rest of your plan now? You can't widen the hole because you don't have enough power, right? If you don't have it, then just find it. The power supply to the sanatorium has been cut off. There's still some natural gas in the lines, but we haven't found a matching transformer for them, which means we can't make use of them. Now is that a problem? You need power? You've got it in spades. Saying so, Dimitri points to the military the backpacks off to the side. Are those batteries? Yep, all for all kinds. They all have universal interfaces. Take everything you can use. But where did you get all these batteries from? Mr. Dimitri, did you... As she thinks of what the answer might be, Andres quickly glances at the protective suits that the soldiers are wearing. Just as she expected, most of the indicator lights on the suits have gone grey. Only a few people, including Dimitri, have lights that are still on. Mr. Dimitri, unable to compute what the troopers might be thinking, Andres' neurocloud crashes. What the heck? Huh, you're probably making some pointless calculations again, huh? I don't know if they're pointless. What is it now? You think we'll surrender to the boss or something? Just look at you. Your weapon salvage is all... You think we're going to fuck everything up at the last minute with some desperate struggle that'll end up getting us all killed? Don't get mad, Mr. Dimitri. Just hear me out. I'm terribly sorry. Andres, why are you just admitting it? After taking in the doll's reactions, Dimitri laughs scornfully. Save it. There's no way Tinker's like you could possibly comprehend the choices we humans make. Logic isn't everything. Your hard-coded definitions of victory and defeat don't apply to mankind. And besides, do you actually think we'd let you walking on calculators know if we actually wanted to trick you? Don't look down on us humans. It's precisely because humans are so unpredictable that we're so wary of them. What, you expect me to praise you for that? Nah, forget it. Arguing now would be a waste of time. Just take the batteries you can use. Don't go making excuses later on because you can't blast a hole in the tunnel. But you'll be in great danger. Without the power supply, your suit's protective effects will be greatly reduced. D41 when? Isn't she stuck in a tunnel somewhere? Please, we've been guarding the Great Wall Railway for many years now. We know these things inside and out, and definitely better than you. We're both low on firepower, and you're still going to weaken your defenses now. You must be... fucking insane. Well, you can blame this fucked up world for that. This time, Dimitri doesn't bother arguing with Kluka. Instead, he decides to roll with what she's saying. You once said this place used to be a part of the NSU, with fields and roads and cars. People lived in towns close to the land, under a blue sky and surrounded by green as far as the eye can see. Well, we weren't born in those times, and we sure as fuck didn't see any of that. Only thing left now is desert. Kluka seems confused. She's not sure what he's trying to say. You saw those people in the settlements on the way here. All they can do is hide in the shitty little houses, waiting to die of old age, sickness, or from being eaten by a wandering elit. That's the yellow zone. That's what life here is like. But those things aren't in the green zones and the white zones much better. The entire fucking world is like this. Once we all lived in this land, but ever since those fucking collapse particles spread everywhere, all we could do was huddle in our shelters without taking a step out. And even though... Dimitri's voice suddenly fills with anger. Even though we're all stuck in our holes, there are some brainless, blind fuckers out there who love their luxury prison cells and want to stay in them forever. Mangi Security, Paradise, and whatever fucking FABN is funding them. We need to do something about those bastards, otherwise we won't be able to live with ourselves. That's right, those bastards need to pay. You know, I once thought that General Carter was gone, the NSU was gone, and that any point of being a soldier was gone with them. But you know what? This purification project crap, even though it sounds sketchy as hell, it's actually managing to slowly take back what used to belong to us, to all of mankind. That's what I saw during all my years in the Great Wall Railway forces. So regardless of what I believe or what kind of state the NSU is in, protecting it is my duty as a soldier, hell, as a human fucking being. And besides, this is NSU land that I'm standing on right now. I once said I'd do anything to protect it, and that hasn't changed one single bit. Dimitri's words fire out the soldiers around them. This crude and brutish sergeant is used to having his actions speak for him. He's berated every man here before, and he's also stood at the head to lead them. Everyone here knows that there's a fire burning in his heart, but they never once knew where his anger came from. Perhaps what drove Dimitri to depression wasn't the destruction of his ideals, being rejected by the people around him, or the things left unsaid with his friend that he would never get to resolve. He was deeply unhappy with his world, and yet he loved it dearly. There was no way someone as passionate as him could sit back and watch the world march to destruction without feeling a thing. And naturally, he hated himself for being too insignificant and too weak to do anything about it. But ever since he joined the armed forces and pledged to protect the Neo-Soviet Union, he has never once put down the gun in his hand or in his heart. His words remind the men of the Survey Corps of the oath they took once they swore to join the NSU army to help push forward the purification project, but every time, things had not turned out like they had wanted. But even if things do not turn out as planned, as long as they can do what they can for the sake of their oath, it will serve as kindling for the flames of hope, the bedrock of which civilization will be rebuilt. This vast land will bear the proof that they have existed. Nobody knows who was the first, but one by one, the troopers straighten up, solemn looks on their faces, before looking toward Dimitri and saluting him. This is not a rational decision. Even without taking Blue Sphere's combat power into consideration, the men of the Survey Corps cannot face basic unity. Need to put... no. 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 The only way you'll accomplish your mission is if 4-4 stays behind and engages them. Otherwise you'll just be throwing your lives away. I told you, right? For humans, victory doesn't abide by the definitions you have in your heads. What's winning, you ask? For us, it's making sure you guys can get that ship out of here. Being able to give those arrogant bastards a good spanking would be a nice bonus. I repeat, according to your plan, the probability of Hyde 4-4 successfully evacuating the ship is at most 24%. Meanwhile, the probability of the Survey Corps perishing is 100%. My calculations aren't wrong. It's not too late to change your plan. What's this? Machine's trying to point out the flaws in my logic. Do I look like an idiot to you? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Lucas is a little stiff, but the look in her eyes says she isn't going to back down. You don't want to admit it? Alright then, tell me. If 4-4 stayed behind to face the enemy, what's the probability of the Survey Corps surviving and getting out of this place with the chip? Not even 5%, right? We're going to die if we stay, but does that mean that we'll live if we go? These are our lives and we get to use them in any way we like, so don't worry about pointless crap, you tin cans. And besides, if we let you tin cans handle the fighting, you just run up and bash your heads into those guys, right? What you need is now is tactics. You have to be tactical, got it? You will adopt the most ideal strategy. You don't have to worry about that. The most ideal strategy. Those monkey guys have a doll too, you know? You think a processing power is that much worse than yours? If you can think of a plan based off whatever data you have, they can do the same. Then you'll lose the initiative and they'll beat you like a drum. You're relying too heavily on the unpredictability of the human beings. The fact is, after seeing Klukai wants to press the point, Dimitri clicks his tongue in annoyance. That's enough of that. If you're a machine, then use your ice-cold logic and do your job. What's the point of bitching about all of this anyway? And besides, we're your clients. All 4-4 has to do is follow orders like a good little robot. Got that? What the hell do you tin cans even know? Dimitri's tone is unyielding as ever, and his expression shows no sign of softening. He quickly rips off the battery from his suit and throws it into the backpack. The remaining troopers follow him without the slightest bit of hesitation. Now, all the lights on the Survey Corps protective suits have gone out. I don't understand. If we dolls are destroyed, all we lose is a stretch of our memories, but if a human dies, that's the end for them. That's why humans instinctively preserve their lives as their top priority. That's what you've done, but what you've done is the complete opposite of that. I truly do not understand why you have made this choice. That's enough, shut up already, bully. That's an order, got that. An order. Now take those batteries and fuck all the way off. Like I said, I don't understand why you're doing this. But I respect and understand you for your choices, First Sergeant Dimitri. The fuck are you doing? You're being so formal all of a sudden, it's creepy as hell. As he looks at the solemn expression on Kluka's face, Dimitri realizes what she means. Perhaps humans and dolls will never be able to think the same way and reach the same conclusions, but at the very least, they can have the same goals. Don't go pretending to be so serious. Although he still looks like he can't be bothered with any of this, Dimitri holds his hand out to Klukai. I'll say this one last time, so listen up. We are the... God. We are the 3,762nd platoon of the 7th Environmental Survey Corps of the Neo-Soviet Union District Environmental Purification Project under the URNC Contamination Zone Management and Recovery Administration. Bring the contents of that lockbox out of here in one piece. Get it out of this mountain and get it out of the contamination zone. Got that. Request acknowledged and accepted. We'll bring the chip and the recorder out of in one piece and hand them over to someone trustworthy in the URNC government. They solemnly shake hands, and Dimitri's face cracks into a smile. That's more like it. See, you think I should have just done that earlier? That way we wouldn't have had any issues, right? I swear this is the last time I'll ever work with a tin can. Now get out of here before I change my mind. All the best. They've argued every step of the way here, but before bidding each other farewell, they finally shake hands and make peace with each other. The proximity alarms hide 4-4 left in the mine entrances begin to go off 20 minutes after they leave. The final battle is at hand. Well, the funny thing is that the combat is not difficult. But the combat is also not exactly accurate to what's going on there. Reconnaissance complete. Regional information has been consolidated. Transmitting. Receiving data. Echelon deployment complete. They can probably hold on for a while longer. Let's go, Misty. Don't die, okay? Hey look, they're all bundled up again. Let's see what I can do here. Yeah. Shift it over one over here. Perfect. This will kill them all. We could probably wipe out the old magnet with just one grape grenade. Witness. A valuable lesson in spacing. I've installed the temporary signal booster. Pixis, we can contact the server call now. Dimitri, do you read me? There's a short burst of static, followed by Dimitri's annoyed voice. Cut the crap and get to work. Right. Andres, set up the gun. Mechti, help hook up the backup power. Will do, Leader Klukai. Mechti, I'll have to trouble you to help me out. Okay, who knows? Maybe if I finish this up quickly, I might be able to... Mechti hesitates for a moment and decides not to finish the sentence. Focus on the mission. Belka, stay alert. Ensure there are no threats within 100 meters. Avoid contact with any Magna security forces. If you do encounter them, wipe them out immediately. Leave it to me, Vixis. 4 force members take their positions, and the sound of... Oh. I don't know why I clicked. I might be stupid. No. Squad 2, fall back to point 5. Draw the enemy in. Squad 3, flank them from the right. Dimitri barks his commands amidst the gunfire, serving as a rallying beacon for his men. His troopers have entrusted their lives to him, the battle cry and blood of the fuel for his deals. Sarge, Squad 3 is taking out the target. Your orders. The trooper's voice is drowned out by a torrent of gunfire and he says no more. Reality is as cruel as ever. Squad 3, do you read me? Squad 3! Yat! This is Squad 5. Squad 3, they're all gone. Squad 5, fill the hole. Yes, Sergeant. Sergeant, this is Squad 4. We've encountered elites. Your orders. Kill the fast movers. Don't let the others head towards Larian and 4-4. The battle rages on. The regional channel is filled with the sound of gunshots, electrical static, and the howls of elites. There are fewer and fewer responses to Dimitri's voice. Dimitri silently counts up the number of survivors, then grits his teeth and makes up his mind. Larian, how are things going on Yant? Just arrived. Got delayed by a bunch of elites. I've opened the compressor valve, but I'm the only one left now. I'll get back as... Although he's doing his best to pretend that there's nothing wrong with him, his voice trembles a little. Nobody can be completely unmoved by death. Right, you stay there for a bit and keep an eye on things. Contact me again once you confirm it's working, and stay safe out there. Everyone, begin falling back to point F. Mind your ammo while moving. Once you reach point F, close in with the enemy and draw them in. Having received the orders, the soldiers murmur their ascent and begin their final relocation. On 4-4 side. If I'm not wrong, they place a lot of emphasis on point F, right? They circled on it heavily on the map with Insult. What's the place for the first batch of intel we sent back? If I'm not wrong, it's a pipe room near the public baths. A small room sealed on 3 sides. The water and gas pipes of the bath pass through there. Then are they going to... Are they going to be okay? From what Andros said earlier, the natural gas is dispersed throughout the entire pipework. Even if it leaked, the gas density in that room wouldn't be enough to trigger detonation. Don't worry about that. Focus on our mission. Andros, Mechty, how are things on your end? Leader, we've successfully connected the backup power supplies. We can begin loading the program. Start now. After the program is loaded, follow it immediately with a warm-up sequence. Begin a countdown 1 minute before firing. Got it. After giving out orders, Kluka switches to the regional comms frequency. Dimitri, we've begun loading the program. Are you still there? Of course. Who the hell do you think we are? Everyone, hold fire once you get to the point. Wait for my signal. The channel briefly goes quiet. Is Blue Sphere there? Not on my side, but some of the squads falling back have spotted her. A deafening gunshot blends with an ear-piercing shriek from an Neolith. Shut up! Dimitri, what happened? Dimitri! There's no response from the channel for a long time. About 5 minutes later, all noise from the other side slowly fades away. I am here now. Blue Sphere's cool, calm voice comes over the regional comms channel. Belka, destroy the amplifier. 4-4, cut our comms now. Transmission cuts off. Since you lost contact with 4-4, there's no need to keep this. Leave one man here to handle comms. The rest of you keep searching for 4-4. If you encounter any survey corps survivors, kill them on the spot. No need to report it. First start Dimitri. Under most circumstances, tactics cannot make up an overwhelming difference in firepower. That's why in rare cases in which they miraculously do are hailed as legends by you humans. Like I give a fuck. Where is High 4-4? Fuck knows! Those drones go wherever they want. It's none of my business. I know they have the chip. You're just a decoy. Don't try to solve for time. You won't find them. The fact that you chase us down blindly shows that you don't actually know the place. Poor cooling with Paradise here, doing all kinds of shady business. He's still clueless about the terrain. If it weren't for his stupid guns, I would have made short work of you. It's true. I don't have much time left. It's a shame. If you had understood your position better, and made the right choice, he would have lived. Fuck you. Well. I'll fight. Let's see how much I can blow up with this. Not enough. Honestly, this should be fine. Maybe. No.
交換するなら今のうちよ。
Luca is great.
どうってことないわ。
Totally not busted. Absolutely balanced.
交換するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。いつでもどうぞ。
Kill.
ちゃちゃっと終わらせて帰るよ。お申し付けを。
Totally unbiased opinion. Yep. So,
無駄な抵抗はやめ
stop
てください。
struggling.
これが最後の
I'm sure you know that this is your final
手加
chance.
減はしました。最後の部下はまだ
Your last remaining subordinate is still alive because I spared him for now.
今度は彼の
5
心臓を
minutes,
貫き
I
ま
will
す
shoot
よ。
him right in the heart.
人間の命はたった一度だけ。生き
Humans
残
can only
る
get
こと
one
が
shot
何よ
alive.
り重要なはずでは。
Staying alive is the most crucial thing, right?
生きて
Do
家
you
に
want
帰
to
りたくないの
to
です
go
か。
home?
もう一度
Then
伺い
tell
ま
me.
す。404
Where
は
is
どこです。
Hide 44? What do I get out of telling you?
あなたとそこ
You
に
will
い
be
る
properly
最後の
settled,
部下が助かります。
and your only remaining subordinate will receive medical treatment. So my other men all died for nothing.
条件は
Name your terms. I demand a survivor's pension.
いいでしょう。
I can be arranged.
もっと早くそうしてい
Should
れ
have
ば
done this to begin with, First Sergeant. If you made this choice sooner,
ディミトリ
the
ー
other
総長
subordinates would have lived.
さあ言いなさい。
Now spit it out.
404は
Where's
どこです。
44? 44.
そろそろ限界のよ
Your
う
body's
ですね。
all at its limits.
素直に
Give me
吐けば
44's location,
すぐに治療に当たら
and
せ
I'll
ま
get a
しょ
medic to treat your wounds. 44, they. There. They're digging up your motherfucking boss's ancestral grave! Start imaging, hurry! Right on time.
う。させません。諦めが悪いです
How
ね。
very naive.
ディミトリー総長。
First Sergeant Dimitri. That's a lot of firepower. Ditch the gun. Observe light discipline. Fall back to your top speed. Head to the northwest. Yes, Leader Klukai. Come on, run, run, run!
あのさ
Should we head back to the fort and try to contact those guys? Luca glances back at the main entrance, spewing flames and belching smoke like an actual smoke signal, sending a warning of danger into the distance. As she watches the plume of smoke rise into the sky, Luca's gaze hardens.
撤退よ
We're leaving. Height 4-4 runs through the night as explosions go off non-stop behind them.
404を
I
敵
think it's
に
wide
回
over 50
したのが運
centimeters.
の
Just a little. Just a tiny bit. Okay, maybe I will be able to get through the rest of this. They move quickly, avoiding elite attacks as best as they can, but this sustained high-output movement is rapidly draining what little of the charge remains.
隊長
Leader Klukai, we'll need to lower our travel speed if we do not replenish our power supply in 20 minutes. Understood. Maintain our current speed as we move on. Are you sure we're supposed to be heading this way?
この位置情
You'd say
報
we'll
が
get
ない
lost easily without a GPS to track our position.
星座を見
We
れ
can
ば
use celestial navigation. Since there are
わかるよ
frequent storms in this region, the sky is actually clearer than in green and white zones. According to the stars, we're proceeding in the general direction of our temporary base.
補給できる
That
場
said,
所がある
pinpointing the
から
exact location of the part supply caches we encountered along the way is going to be quite difficult.
けどって
Quite difficult to say. So basically we're super screwed
一
then.
番最悪本当に
Can we really
ちゃん
take
と
the soldier stuff with us?
証拠品を持ち帰れる
Just
かな
thinking about it gives me a headache.
あれ
Mm-hmm. Mickey's
ミスティ
giving,
がすぐに諦めない
isn't just giving up right away. That's new.
あんなこ
Well,
と言われ
they
て
said all that
ね
stuff and they gave their lives for us.
命がけで託されたアニメに
I mean,
も
I don't really understand how this sort of thing feels, but I've seen in anime all the time, and in human terms they would really be great at a bunch of soldiers, right?
人間の基準でだから
So
試
I
して
kind of
み
want to
た
try
い
and be
ん
like
だ
those MCs in anime, finish the mission that they entrusted to us. That'd be super cool,
託
right?
されたそんなのどうだってい
That
い
doesn't
よ
matter.
だけど
However, Belka glances at Kluka, who's running at their head.
たとえここ
Even
で
if I end up as a scrap here, I'll make sure I help Big Sis complete the mission
最後の
first.
みんなやる
Looks
気
like
だね
everyone's pretty motivated.
やる気が
Too
あ
bad
っても
motivation
バ
isn't
ッ
the
テ
same
リ
thing
ー
as
が
battery
ない
charge.
よ
Having enough charge for the four of us to
今
walk here
残
would
っ
be
て
good.
ては
When you could use magic, then I could say sudden supplies and the supply point would appear in front of us.
あるかもしれないわねそんな魔法
You should just go ahead and say it then.
え
Huh?
補給所
Because we just found a supply point. Luca gestures, signaling for the three of them to stop.
あれは
Others,
マグニセ
Mangi security personnel.
あいつら
Aren't they all mine?
大方
They're probably sentries who were left outside to stand watch.
私たちが脱
They
出
didn't
した
find
こ
our
と
escape
は
tunnel, but there's
私
most
知ら
likely a
ないみたい
perimeter set up around the salt mine.
ちょっと待って
Wait a minute. When you said supply point just now, did you mean... No, we can't. It's too scary.
待ってるだけじゃ
If there's no
チャン
chance,
ス
we'll
は
make one. Besides, there aren't many of them. We'll still have a chance.
404
Height will fall. Prepare for battle. Eliminate all enemy units and plunder the supplies. Time to blow them all up again.
訓練の成果ね
You know what? I'm just going to chuck a nade over that. This should be good enough for those on the other side.
ハンデをあげる
These missions are so about Klukai. Klukai is just completely overpowered. You can totally do these with any other doll, but
作戦を遂行
man,
訓練の
Klukai's firepower is just nuts.
一掃しな今で
あ
申し付けを引っ張らないでよちゃちゃっと終わらせて帰るよ作戦を遂行
While the battle rages on, Kluka looks around from where she's hiding behind cover and sets her sights on a jeep that's guarded by only one trooper.
10時方向
Everyone listen up. I'm going to seize the Mangi security vehicle at my 10.
美容家
Belka Mehdi, stay put and divide up the enemy with suppressive fire.
アンドレスは
Andres, follow me and suppress the trooper near the vehicle.
はい
Yes, leader Klukai.
気をつけてね
Be careful, Big Sis.
早く
Hurry up,
して
we
ね
won't last much longer over here.
行動開
Move
始
out. As Kluka gives the order, 4-4's doll splits up and deploy. The isolated Mangi security troopers are caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush and panic, Some of the men on the outer perimeter tried to drive away, including the man Kluke marked earlier. Anders opens fire to intercept them. Meanwhile, Kluke uses the opportunity to reach the vehicle. Die. Goldie opens fire. Her bullet pierces the vehicle's windshield, and the driver is hit. He loses control of the vehicle, which comes barreling towards Kluke. Kluke seizes the opportunity and leaps on top of the vehicle before slipping into the cabin through a side window. She opens the door and throws the stunned driver out. Then she takes his place, steps on the gas, and turns the steering wheel around, sending the jeep toward the other 3 dolls. Everyone disengage and mount up. After hearing Kluke's commands, the others climb into the jeep. Kluke glances at the vehicle's GPS and quickly figures out the current location. She drives towards 404's temporary base, chased by the sound of Mangi Security's gunfire. Cat. After evading pursuit from Mangi Security, 404 organizes the various supplies inside the Mangi Security jeep before topping themselves off at their own discretion. Good thing we picked up a jeep with a lot of stuff. It's a shame there aren't any spare parts, but having a full charge feels great. I didn't pick it at random. That vehicle only had a fifth of its designated complement, but its ground clearance was as low as the other vehicles. That implied this vehicle was heavily laden with supplies. Well done, Big Sis. Dismount once you've finished resupplying. We don't know if there's a track on this vehicle, so we'll have to go on foot to avoid Mangi Security catching up with us. I checked the environmental data stored in the vehicle against the static map of the region, and found an abandoned settlement nearby. Since our night vision gear is damaged and to varying extents and collapse storm is coming, why don't we take shelter there, leader? Right, let's do that. They climb down from the vehicle, then begin heading in the direction Anders indicated, toward the abandoned settlement. Fortunately, 404 managed to reach the abandoned settlement before the collapse storm hits. Right, everyone, rest and resupply. In order to conserve power, Belka and Anders will use night vision and shift. Observe light discipline throughout. Will do, leader. After that, the ruins are plunged into darkness. Kluge takes the terminal out again. She doesn't expect the signal to come back on for him to reply. Instead, she just stares at the long list of messages reading, "Where are you?" And it seems to grant her a small measure of peace. When we were traveling with those soldiers, every night wasn't always lit up. I'm having a bit of trouble getting used to not having them around. Well, we don't never needed much light in the first place, and if it wasn't because Kluge I got our night vision modules damaged, we wouldn't use light at all. Mechty leans against a nearby wall, but for some reason I just can't fall asleep. As Andres powers the gun, she begins unconsciously humming the soldier's song. Andres, please stop. For some reason it sounds really weird hearing that now. I'm sorry, I did it without thinking. Unlike all the other 3 dolls are showing signs of relaxing, Kluge has calmed herself down and her expression is cold as she silently regards the box which the soldiers gave her. We will succeed in carrying out this mission. The rope binding the box has come a little loose. Kluge carefully undoes it and prepares to tie it back up again. Leader, picking up a strong heat signature that you ate. Everyone, take cover. Before Kluge can finish speaking, she hears the sound of bullets ripping through the air from behind her and to her left. Since she can't see, she is forced to swiftly duck on pure instinct. Although she avoids being hit directly and fatally hit, the high-energy particle flux around the shots ruthlessly melts to her right elbow, and the form flies free, along with the case. Damn it, Mechty! Mechty, who's nearby, leaps out and grabs the box. Inertia sends her rolling across the ground, but the box clutched tightly to her chest is safe. Almost close. Mechty, behind you! Mechty doesn't even get the chance to look back before a shockwave slams into a nearby wall. The ruined wall collapses, and Mechty is pinned under part of it, unable to get free. You're... Blue Sphere. A creepy mechanical creature they've never seen before stands at the exact spot where Mechty just landed. Mangi security troopers begin streaming in around her. So you dismounted ahead in time just to launch a sneak attack. Looks like you must have been beaten up pretty badly if you had to be this cautious. Indeed, no further mistakes cannot be allowed. Blue Sphere waves a hand at the troop, and the troopers spread out, forming a rough semicircle. She stands in the middle of the encirclement, and she is truly a gruesome sight. Much of her synthetic skin has peeled off, exposing engorged muscle fiber bundles that bear scorch marks. Parts of the jet black metallic endoskeleton are twisted in bizarre angles, supporting a still vaguely human-shaped torso. From their configuration, her limbs can no longer be described as arms or legs. They are entwined together in a state that alternates between stiff and twisted, then split into what it looks like bestial or human hands. Luca knows that this is definitely not normal, but she cannot work backward from Bluesphere's current state to figure out what she might have looked like before this. She looks like a patchwork mess of hastily cobbled together repairs, but close analysis reveals that the welding points between each segment of her body are very regular, as though this was how they were meant to be. This creature looks equally gruesome as the backdrop against the backdrop of the night and the storm, as though she has abdicated her place as a doll. Only her emotionless face allows her to be identified at all. And looking pretty twisted. It's been pretty desperate to have caught up with us this quickly, huh? Bluesphere, had originally ignored Luca's taunts in favor of Glaring and Mehdi, suddenly raises the gun and points it at her, at Luca. Her target has already switched to her remaining left hand, which has taken aim at her. While the remaining members of the server core did manage to slow me down and inflict some damage, the four of you will not be able to leave this place. That's fine, I'll then. I'll never forgive you for that, big sis. Belka and Andres point their guns at Bluesphere, while Mehdi struggles from where she's buried under rubble. However, Bluesphere pays no heed to her. Hand it over and your mission will be over. It's only over when we send you to the recycling plant. Everyone, prepare for battle. I remember you mentioning that. Now this is the funny thing, because I am already 90% certain that I will absolutely evaporate this boss. Because she's way too low level. Because this is the story one. That's a whack animation. That's great. Look, she's dead. Hang on. Can Mehdi kill her? Almost. Can Pericia kill her? Nah. What about Sentaresi? No. Go on, Mehdi. Crit. Kill her. Aha! We got a crit. At least one. That was a great reload just now, by the way. Stay away from Big Sister. Ooh, she lost a leg. I'll deal with her later. Give it to me. No. Over my dead body. You'll regret this. You'll be the one to regret this. Even second-gen dolls should be capable of basic situational judgment. You aren't like dolls. You know you're going to lose, so why resist? We're naturally different from scrap metal like you. But Scene 4-4 will only yield if you are inoperational. And obsolete models, the specs of your frames aren't much of a hindrance for you. As the squad leader, you are an excellent decision maker and fighter. However, it's all coming to an end. Or is it? Come on. What's with that flare in the distance? Nemesis? Even sextants. What the fuck? That brings chills. That does bring chills. Second form damaged. Unable to switch. So you're saying that she can't switch to a second form because her frame was damaged? Affirmative. The doll called Sextons nods and coldly regards her former comrades. Stay alert. Webley, Krolik, get 4-4 to the vehicle, now. Got it. Blue spheres sprawled in front of the two of them. She raised her head and tries to make out the information her visual modules are relaying to her. Sextants. Designation confirmed. You are? Unable to identify subject. So heavy. Sexton, give Webley a hand. The cold, unfamiliar gaze lingers over Blue Sphere for a moment longer, and then Sexton shakes her head, paying no further attention to the shocked Blue Sphere. She heads over to Webley and help her and Krolik move 4-4's frames. As she watches the dolls before them, Klukai snorts coldly. She had expected this much, but he's also a little disappointed. After all, he's not here. When she was facing off against Blue Sphere and at the end of a rope, she saw a set of blinking signals, Morse code for "Where are you?" At long last, the countless messages she had sent over all these years had finally been answered. I'm here. Although she was out of rounds, although she knew this was merely a signal coordinate with her, at the most critical juncture, Klukai used a muzzle flash from a gun to respond for the signal, because she knew that once the smoke cleared, everything would be fine, just like now. So you're the backup Lever was talking about. She's got a lot of guts to be bringing in such unreliable reinforcements. Forgive us, it took a while to pinpoint your positions. Klukai doesn't accept Groza's apology. She puts on a strong front as she turns away to survey her surroundings. Just then, that familiar voice finally comes through Groza's terminal. It's been so long since we last worked together, so how about not being so picky, 416? It's Klukai now. After hearing a stubborn, proud voice, I sigh in relief. I have a lot to say, but I have no idea where to begin. The feelings between Klukai and me are like a recently undammed river, swelling yet like a still... swelling yet still like a little stagnant. As this mix of emotions washes over me, I reply with the crappiest line imaginable. So Klukai, is that your name now? Using a muzzle flash for Morse code, that's bonkers. It is, yeah. I also don't really see how that works. Then let me try again. It's been a while, Klukai. This isn't a very long time for dolls, but it seems to have caught Klukai off guard. Blue Sphere doesn't bother waiting for them to finish their introductions, as she begins emitting a strange noise which draws everyone's attention. Must complete the mission. Target self-destruct program has been activated. Self-destruct program? What's she trying to do? Klukai. I will remember that name. With that, Blue Sphere closes her eyes. A blinding white light begins shining from the missing parts of her body. Shot in 2 shots as dots and underscores. But how would you tell apart the 2 shots from 1 shot? You'd have to be very well in tune with each other to understand the timing of each. Especially if a gap in between the shots is another letter. Self-destruct. Collapse crystal. Wide area catalyst activated. Initiating countdown. Collapse crystal can... Oh no. What's wrong? Paradise has planted a large amount of collapse crystals in the area. If they all release the particles, this place will become an instant red zone. She must have linked the switch onto her frame's OS program. We need to destroy a frame before the countdown ends. Goes opens fire and bullets rain down on the Blue Sphere's body, but the program shows no sign of stopping. Krolik, destroy her torso. Right, coming. Gently. Gently. Krolik has already made it to the side of the jeep, dumps Mechty onto Sextons, who is already carrying Belka, and then charges towards Bluesphere while swinging her blades. However, the edge grinds to a halt after making contact with Bluesphere's skull. Can't cut it. What the hell is she made of? 10, 9, 8. It would be the absolute cinema end if they just let Mechty do it. Power up and just let her rip. Bluesphere's countdown is still going. Everyone open fire! The bullets throw up clouds of dust, but Bluesphere's self-destruct countdown it continues inexorably. It's too late. I hate Veta White so much. There's a blinding flare of light and the sound of an alarm, but then Bluesphere's torso spews a shower of sparks before going completely dead. Everything is silent, and there's no change in their surroundings. What just happened? Did anything even happen? Krolik, grab Kluka and get out of here. Vepley, you're driving. Get me a reading on the radiation levels in the area. Leave it to Vepley. Actually, another family of voice comes from Groza's comms terminal. Dear. Basically, you don't have to worry so much. I managed to terminate the Catalyst program. Just barely managed in time, though. Really close one thing. Good thing I checked Sexton's OS earlier, out of curiosity, so I managed to find a loophole I could exploit. The gen dolls are pretty interesting. Make sure you bring my Bluesphere's body afterwards. Huh? So you mean the program didn't even turn on? Then why didn't you say so earlier? I wasn't even sure about it myself, so I kept quiet. Well, fortunately everything turned out fine. We'll talk about the rest of it later. This place is pretty dangerous. Groza, withdraw. Understood. And now just the last bit of story. Did manage to get all the way through. Just barely. Neural link check. No abnormalities. Frame function check. No abnormalities. Self-diagnostic complete. Booting system. Usually don't wake right after changing frames. Are you okay, Klukai? Let me check the data again. The neural link is fine. The frame function is fine. So why is the self-diagnostic portion taking so long? I'll keep an eye on her. Mailing, why don't you go get some rest? It's been days since you last slept. Okay, please contact me if anything comes up. Don't worry. As I newly activated the auditory module to detect the sound of departing footsteps, Klukai opens her eyes in the diagnostic capsule. Good morning, Klukai. Oh, it's actually nighttime now. It's been a day since you brought you back. But that's not important. Given that arm of yours a workout and see if your hydraulics of your new frame working well, yeah? Klukai obliges and raises the right arm. There doesn't seem to be any damage on the frame. What about the others? You guys were really badly damaged. Transferring your local neural backups took a lot of effort. In your case, you were slightly better off. The other three will need more fine-tuning. Also, Klukai, while I designed Mechty Switch for you, could you at least try to limit the number of times you use it? She's exceeded her operational tolerances. Okay. Okay, just like that? Want me to check your neural cloud again? Defects in your personality presets can be really hard to fix. You're the one with a defective personality. After glaring at Deer, Kluka sits up on the examination slab. Deer sighs in relief after seeing her reaction. The look on his face seems to say, that's more like it's... Where are we? Where's the commander? This is the Elmo. Wait a minute. Why are you with the commander? How do you find this? And how do you stop Bluesphere's Catalyst program? Oh, yeah. One question at a time. Don't you think this is stuffing data into a stack of something? Or something? Fine then. Answer one question at a time. Well, it's actually pretty complicated, or so I'd like to say. Let's start from the part where I lost contact with you. When that happened, the commander managed to make contact with me. As it turned out, I had to head down to the region to troubleshoot the network issues, so I got on the ammo. The commander said Lena sounded very worried when she contacted the ammo and urged the commander to send his dolls over to save you ASAP. But in the end, I was the only one she could get in contact with, and those dolls of his put me through the ringer. There was one called Colvin who was smiling with every word she said, but listening to her just turned my stomach. Dianaps isn't complaining, but Kluka seems entirely unmoved. Get to the point. Okay. So after we reached this area, we found our comms blocked. We checked the static maps and then checked out several base stations. Most of them were pretty old and poorly maintained, if they were maintained at all. However, there were quite a few of them signs being deliberately destroyed by human hands during the recent past. Commander concluded that someone was trying to cut comms to this region. The Elmo signal receivers didn't work there, and after we left, we got service back, but still couldn't contact you. Just sitting around and waiting wasn't a solution either, so the commander organized the doors into several squads and began searching the direction you were headed when you last contacted Lever. Guess what we found? If you want to play a quiz show, you can head over to a TV station. Just thought you seemed a little too tense. Anyway, while Groza and the others was urging, we found 2 troopers from the Survey Corps. Unfortunately, they were too badly hurt for us to save, but we managed to protect the base station they set up. So you're saying that the military comms lines weren't completely cut off? That's right, they were just jammed, so once we broke the jamming we could use them, and the Elmo just so happened to have the equipment needed to do it. After that, I worked my magic and modified the Elmo's comms modules to match with the wavelengths used by the temporary base stations. I'll skip the detailed technical explanations, but you can think of it as converting the Elmo into a mobile miniature base station. Right. Once we get the signal back, things went smoothly enough, and with Mailing's help, you don't know Mailing, do you? She's the Elmo's machinist, and she's really good for someone like young. That's it, she looks like she's constantly overworked. She looked like she was about to collapse from exhaustion just now, so I sent her back to her room to get some rest. It's only been a few short years, but the commanders have evolved into an even better slave driver than you. Get to the point, don't make me repeat myself. Okay, I got it. Anyway, after that we found another signal in this region, being broadcast on a different network. However, the security level was really high and we had trouble figuring out how to get in for a while. At least until that blue sphere doll dropped its security level for several minutes to verify your position, which allowed us to hack in. So you could have contacted us back then. Why'd you wait until the very end before revealing yourself? There was the risk we could have been discovered. So making a call with someone else's phone. Fine if they didn't check, but if they had, we'd have been revealed right away. So we didn't step in until we absolutely had to. And that was your decision. I'm just a technician. If it were up to me, I'd have contacted you right away. After all, I didn't know what happened to you, and contacting you sooner would have let me solve your issues sooner, right? The truth is, it was the commander who told me not to contact you. She senses the sheer amount of trust placed in her. Kluka feels like a little kitten treading on a neural cloud. Is treading on a neural cloud. Looks like he's grown a little over the years. In any case, that's how we found your location and eavesdropped on mining security and Blue Sphere's operations. Sergeant Dimitri was a hell of a guy. Thanks to the explosion he triggered, Blue Sphere's body was badly damaged enough that she took a long time to take her second form. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lasted long enough for us to get to you. Oh, we have an outbreak. I didn't notice. I might be stupid. Let me wait, at least for the last 1.5 minutes that it's still running. Oops. Him. This is fine. So how's everyone doing today? On this fine Tuesday? Because I'm actually doing fairly well. I only have to work 2 more days this week. And then I'll be done with the work for this week. It's great. Very happy about that. It's honestly really nice to have the short work week. No, you think same? Yeah, it was really warm today. We had 25 degrees here. Out of nowhere too. In the morning it was cold and then fucking 25 degrees in the afternoon. Also next week is also only 4 days. And then the week after that is also only 4 days. Actually no, the week after that is 3. Still 15 and moist as hell. Yeah, it's not great, but it'll do. It'll do. I'm merely waiting for the outbreak to end. I'm really looking forward to the long weekend though. Because I can stream longer, 4 more days. I can do one on Thursday, Friday, on Saturday, on Sunday. On Monday I have to go back to normal though. But that's 4 long streams instead of 2. Great. Love that. But I'm not quite sure yet what I'll stream on Sunday, if I stream something. I probably should. I want to. Anyway, welcome back for the people from the outbreak. I'm very sorry, I have continued a little bit into it, because I'm stupid, but it did wait when I realized. Yeah. It's a shame we didn't hear your last exchange with Blue Sphere. There's a wistful look on Dia's face. You can pretty much guess what happened after that, right? I checked Sexton's frame in Neurocloud and found that the operations mode was very strange. The commander said that when he met Dacha before this, she should have been working with Sextons. Combined with how Blue Sphere and Dacha kept calling you second-gen dolls, and that probably means they saw themselves as dolls who would be the next generation. I verified that much after checking the information left over in Sexton's Neurocloud. They perceive themselves as third-generation dolls. Still, her design is quite strange. The Neurocloud should have been melted down, but their local neurocore is running fine. It's just weird. Want to ask Lever about it on your way back? Maybe I should know something about it. Ah, yes. Lever's with Lena now. Apparently something came up on Lever's side and the request for help came through Lena. The commanders contacted them yesterday, but it was Lena who picked it up, and she just told the commander to send you guys over ASAP. Send us over? Kluka said looked doubtfully at Dia, but after seeing that he seems clueless too, she decides to drop the question. Okay, I'll contact her later, and I'll make sure to settle with things with her too. Also, you managed to stop Blue Sphere because you examined Sextons, right? Yep. Since we were both third-gen dolls, there was a high chance that the designs shared certain commonalities. So we tried to hack Blue Sphere's Neurocloud using the loopholes we discovered in Sextons. Fortunately, she was so engrossed in pursuing you before that she didn't notice what we were doing. Then we discovered that scary switch inside her. Scared us half to death. That's pretty much a nuclear launch button. Blue Sphere, Mang Security, and safe Aphelion behind them. The sins must be brought to light. I'm with you there, but... But what? You know the chip you were protecting? Well, there's a problem with it. What? Hey, relax, it's not completely broken, it's just the data on it is damaged, and it can't be read for the time being. What caused it? Turns out the Blue Sphere was being really cautious even though she looked like she was spacing out. She managed to get one over you in the end. Remember that light from her when she triggered the self-destruct? That wasn't simply a burning of components out, but a powerful EMP. An EMP? Yeah, it's not like a complicated tech and pulling it off didn't need any special equipment. The problem is, at close range, it managed to degauss the chip and recorder you were protecting. Can the information be recovered? Mei-Ling and I tried, but there's nothing we can do about it in the short term. That said, this isn't our field of specialty, so we can't completely rule it out yet. I'll contact friends of mine who are experts in this and see what they can do. Get it done ASAP. Alright, we left the chap in the recorder with the commander for the time being. Why did you give them to the commander? This was a request for 4-4. After thinking about the dangers hidden behind the mission, Gluck is reflexively attempting to exclude the commander from getting involved with them. Then I passed on the message with when she contacted the commander yesterday. Oh yes, I think the commander said something about Kalina making a call to him. He's already on the upstream. Do you want to go and see him? I've already loaded a map of the Elmo into your local storage. Alright. As I'm discussing 4-4's mission with Lever and links to the Elmo's previous encounters, I hear the door to the upstream slide open. Unsurprisingly, the person standing at the door is Klukai. As I think about a previous, somewhat awkward call, I quickly adopt a relaxed and casual attitude. So, all fixed up now. Good. I should have Dia help Mei-Ling look at the breakdowns on our side if you can spare the time. Provided you can afford to pay for mechanics expertise. Hopefully it won't be too high. I'm kind of broke right now. Yes, leader Klukai. Ever since she became our field leader, it's been nothing but money from her. She sends me a long list of bills, fully itemized too, might I add, at the start of each month. Let me just quickly drink something. My throat is starting to give out. It's been 4 hours and 11 minutes. I wouldn't mind being more relaxed about our finances, but unfortunately my predecessor didn't leave a pfennig behind for me. What? So you're blaming me for this?
他に誰
Who else could it be?
出るから
According to
聞いた
Dia, Lena's the one who's been contacting the commander recently.
連絡を
Have you been
取ら
busy
せてるんですって
lately? You never mentioned it in our previous calls. What are you busy with? Ah, in short, I'm helping Carlin look into that matter from before. The commander should know about it too. Basically, a little ruckus you all kicked off in OD Year 1. Carlin and the others are going all googly-eyed trying to sort things out. Unlike dear leader Klukai, who can gallivant all over the Yellow Zone as she pleases, we have lots of work to do.
のびのびです
Gallivant? Do you even understand the meaning of the word?
言葉ねあんたね
Listen, do you... I know what you want to ask me. You want to know if the third-gen dolls and what's happening to Carlin's side are related to 4-4's mission, is that right? You want to know too, don't you, Commander?
指揮官も知りたいんじゃない
あ
Yep.
それが
Well, I don't know.
さっぱり
The smile fades from Leva's face on the projection monitor.
手がかりはある
We found some clues. Yes, but we still don't know where these clues will lead. Our investigation isn't complete yet. And until we do verify that these clues are useful, Carlin asked me not to reveal anything over wireless transmissions.
慎重
Oh, as much.
安心して
Don't worry, it's not because she is wary of you,
信用
Commander.
してないわけじゃないから本題に
But back to the point. Let's go over what you've discovered during this mission, Klukai.
指揮官たち
From what you and the Commander have learned, Paradise is definitely using their Unitatis to perform experiments linked to collapse radiation, and the place Klukai and the others visited was one of the test sites.
ブルースピアが
What Blue Seal was trying to activate in the end was a release mechanism that Paradise used to regulate the release of particles from the collapse crystals, a device which would allow them to control the radiation intensity within the area.
それも今
And that's what I'm looking
追
into.
ってるわ現段階で
It's
は
just a conjecture, but we can be sure that it's related to Paradise, Mangi Security, and Sect Aphelion that's backing them. Leave us send over some files.
チップのデータ
We need time to recover the data on the chip.
必要がある
You're too big a target now.
リバ
Eva, I knew clouds of logs on the encounters with Blue Seal and Mangi Security, as well as what we could read from the chip.
人形のメンタル
But as you know, doll neurologs are not admissible as evidence in court of law.
セシト&ファルベンを
Whether it's laying charges on Sect for FABN or looking further into organizations behind Paradise, we'll need the chip and the information on it.
何を
So there's nothing we can do now.
今は何もできないって言いたいの
Well, I guess you could bide your time. On the screen, Leva's constantly fiddling with the interface. Her attention is clearly on other things. You've got a new mission now, Klukai. Both will be escorting the evidence and keeping it safe.
リバ
Leva.
まあ
Ah, don't make that face.
気に食わ
I know you're not happy with this outcome, Klukai, but 4-4's mission has always been to investigate Paradise movements, so technically you haven't failed, right?
404は失敗したわけじゃない分かって
I know that. I don't need you to comfort me.
じゃあ
Then what if the commander comforted you instead?
もらったら
え
Huh?
なんだっ
What?
て
Oh, fine. I won't mess with you
この
anymore.
辺にしてエルモ号と
Both the Elmo and 4-4 has been revealed to the unknown mastermind behind all this.
入ってると思った
I'll do my best to erase all traces of your activities, but there's only so much I can do.
グリーンエリア
I might be able to help a little in the green zones, but in the yellow zones, where there is no government oversight, well,
何が起きてもおかし
be
くない
careful on the road to Lviv.
分かってる
Understood.
今回は本
Thank you for your hard
当に
work.
お疲れ様
Well, it's supposed to be a new mission, but you'll be on the Elmo, so life for you should be easy. 4-4 should just relax and treat this as a vacation and use the time for you use this time to sort your class out.
じゃあ
Anyway,
今日はこの
that's all for now. Take good care of them for me, Commander.
私の代わりに面倒を見てあげて
任せろ
Don't worry. Leo's image vanishes from the projected monitor, and the ops room falls silent. I struggle to find something to say that can break this awkward silence. Luca and I haven't met in a long time, and her face looks downcast. She must have a lot to say, both about the 10 years which have passed and everything which have just happened, but don't know where exactly to begin. This is even more awkward, considering that the last time that I know we interacted with Klukai literally gave her life to save us, and give us information. I don't know if there's anything after that, because that's how the event ended in GFL 1. But here we are. It's a gold dig, I noted. I don't think that's quite correct. She stares hard at me. Finally, she sighs.
人形
You've got a lot of dolls in your vehicle.
ああ
Yeah, you know, Groza and the others who have joined after her.
他は
I'll
みんな
introduce them to you
新しい
later.
仲間だ
Even after leaving Griffin, Griffin's commander is still as popular as
グ
ever.
リフィンの指揮官は随分と人気なんですね
持ちつ持たれつ
Yeah, we're just making a living together. In the yellow zones, there's safety in numbers. Actually, since Cullen is my employer, does that mean that Fall 4 is my boss is by proxy?
うちの親組織になるのかな。
へえ
So I'm your boss now, am I?
それなら
Works for me. Fall 4 will definitely be making the most of that.
かしこまりまし
Alright,
た。
feel free to help yourself to the
エ
ammo
モーの
facilities,
設備
boss.
と部屋
Go ahead and
ど
pick
うぞ
any room
ご
you
自
like.
由にお使いください。何かあれば
If you need
遠慮
anything,
なく
feel free to look my link up and she'll order it for you.
ブ
But don't hold back.
認定証
Your
券
loyal,
ハンター
brief
が
registered bounty hunter is always at your disposal.
報告書を書く
Then
から
get me a room so I can
部屋
write
を
up a
お願い
mission
でき
report.
る
任務を終えた
You
ば
only
かり
just
なんだ
completed your mission, haven't you?
少しは休ん
Why
だ
don't
ら
you
どう
just
だ
get some rest?
あなたみたい
Do
に
you think
たるんで
everyone is
ま
as
せん
slack
か
as
ら
you?
ごもっとも
Oh
でござい
yes, the
ま
boss
す
is always right. Good luck, boss.
指令室を使って
Anyway,
くれ
the ops room should work for that. I'll tell the others not to bother you. Oh yes, help me keep an eye on the MBV while you're here.
号の状態をモニタリングしてくれると助かる。
わかりました
Okay. In the end, Kluka is the only one left in the ops room. Doesn't start working right away. Instead, she sighs and looks out the window. The yellow zone at night is no different from the countless other nights that she spent. Slowly, a greenish-grey mist spreads from the horizon, and she knows the dawn is coming. Operation Smoke Signal did not end a satisfactory way. Those men who gave their lives past on their warning were ultimately buried in the land they sought to protect. In that place that which was furthest from the sun, they gave their lives to illuminate the land. The choking sand swallowed their battle cry and the truth. The world cast out those broken soldiers, and the passage of time saw to it that they were forgotten. Such unfairness and injustice can be seen everywhere. The soldiers who protected the land have even forgotten what the homes ought to look like. Tuka looks at the door the commander left through, and her thoughts turn inwards. Of course she's happy to be reunited with the commander. Of course she's happy that her long years of reaching out have finally been answered. However, what awaits them both is deeper and graver danger. Although she believes in herself, after what she's been through, she can't be entirely certain that she will not be swallowed up by the night. At the very least, the dawn has come. At least she will no longer be wandering at the faraway Aphelion. On the distant horizon, the sun slowly rises. A moment later, a fragmented melody echoes through the ops room, bereft of the passion it once had. I will complete your mission. After all, I'm luckier than you, because there's no way the person I've found would just sit back and hide in a hole. Of this, Kluka is certain. The bits and pieces of the tune gradually coalesce into an orderly melody, praising the ideals of an old longing for the home of today. But the sun is still here, and the land is still here. I hope the dreams in this song will leave this barren, empty land. I hope that it will become the rays of the daybreak that will cut through the darkness, shatter the endless night, and ignite the light of dawn. Inside a simply furnished office, a middle-aged man in a suit is listening to Cocoon's report on the situation. Lucy successfully triggered the EMP before her body was destroyed. The contents of the chip were destroyed, and all the members of the Survey Corps have been eliminated.
復旧される可能性は
I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. Eh. We all do. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. No, this is too close. This is not a fucking coincidence. You motherfucker. It can't possibly be this fucking asshole, can it? This fucking asshole, can it? Please just let this man rot in a grave. Hang on, that's the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. There we go. This guy. It seems a bit too much of a coincidence that the silhouette fits this well. I hope I'm wrong. Because again, I want this man dead. But motherfucker. What are the chances that the data can be recovered? Non-existent. This technology uses the latest developments from the Stewart Group and guarantees the complete elimination of all data within the target media. According to the last telemetry from Blue Sphere, she was attacked by someone other than Hyde 44 and the cervical. How was he in GFL1? Not so old that it's impossible that he's still alive. And I know for a fact that in the time that we have spent, he didn't die in GFL1. He's been released of command and court-martialed, but he didn't die. And that alone makes it possible. The attacker's identity was unknown, but Sexton's was among them, and she did not recognize Blue Sphere. Can you identify the attacker? There was nobody left by the time the cleanup was arrived. Blue Sphere's body was gone too, and they couldn't find any usable leads. However, Blue Sphere's self-destruct was coupled to a neurocloud meltdown, and the access privileges were summarily terminated as well, so there's no chance information about us could be leaked. Considering Sexton's condition, it's highly likely that this unknown attacker might be related to the individual who infiltrated the Paradea settlement at coordinates so-and-so. Find them ASAP. Understood. Also, I'm quite interested in those dolls from Fall 4. Have you looked into them? Yes, of course. They are a small-scale armed group of dolls who manage themselves and typically accept commissions through email. Their clients are ranged from ordinary underground brokers to the major consortiums in the green and white zones, and some of their commissions even originate from the government. Their assignment this time was from Nomtha, and their stated objective was to investigate illegal PMCs in the region. So you're trying to say that this was an accident? That's how it appears, at least. However, there are two dolls within Hyde 44 who have not taken part in field operations for a very long time now. Meanwhile, a certain Nomtha official looking into the activities of the Gerard group has recently gained a bodyguard detail of 4 dolls, 2 of whom are registered with the same names as them. Cocoon recalls the dolls who had once matched with wits against her. Recalls the doll that had once matched wits against her. It would seem that a hasty handling of data from before had indeed left a loophole which had been exploited. At the same time, the mysterious man realizes what she's hinting at. Carry on with your mission. Just before the middle-aged man is about to hang up, Cocoon stops him. Middle-aged? Okay, no, it's probably not him. He was already old in the other game. So if this man's middle-aged, it's at least not him. Could still be William. But the silhouette doesn't really fit that flamboyant bastard. Sir, if I may ask, how do you intend to dispose of Blue Sphere? Issue a new frame. She will continue handling battlefield eliminations. Sir, it seems you are being exceptionally lenient toward Blue Sphere. Nobody would be harsh on it at all. Focus on your tasks. I'll need you and your team to deliver the result that will satisfy it, at least until the deadline. The middle-aged man raises his chin slightly. Seems he is displeased. Of course, sir. Have a good weekend. The transmission ends. So, it's hard to judge how old he really was, but he doesn't look middle-aged there in the old game. He, like, probably would be like 60, 70 by now. So he'd be old. But who else could it be? It can't be the Griffin. Because the Griffin is also old. Well, that's it for today's stream. It's late. I gotta go to bed. Anyway, let me see who I can raid for the day. Who is still alive? It's probably gonna be someone, right? I see a few people already. Akira, I'm thinking about it, yeah. The hamster is, yes. Let's go. Let's go right into Aka and call her. For once, I'm going to give you a raid message. This is going to be the raid message. If you have, use this instead. If you don't have it, that's fine too. So, this will be the other option. So let us go and raid the hamster. Actually, she might be about to end the stream. That would be really funny. I'm not sure. I want to raid in there. Call her a nerd right as she's ending a stream. So we're gonna rush this raid because there's a good chance. There's a non-zero chance that she's about to start a raid over here. We've had this before, and it's really funny. So I'm just gonna send you over there and just pull the trigger. Call her a nerd.